Everyone in the room, it's time to get started. We've got lots going on today, so we've got Josh and Tari. Do you have one?
Yeah. Kelly, would you like to open up?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Hanford Advisory Board Cleanup and Risk Mitigation Subcommittee meeting. My name is Kelly Snyder. I'm the designated federal officer for the EM Site-Specific Advisory Board. I'd like to identify a few reminders before we get started. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, and each member has a joint responsibility for assuring that the operating ground rules are observed and discussions are conducted in a respectful manner. I appreciate your attendance today, and I look forward to this meeting. I have one short announcement. A selection has been made for the new Hanford Deputy Designated Federal Officer, and Jennifer Colborn will be the new DDFO, and she will be starting at the end of the month. That's everything that I have. Thank you.
Couple of administrative items to run over real quick. These meetings are recorded and you take attendance for these meetings. So if you're in the room, especially if you'd sign in right here, there's a dual stage sign in for the facility. If not already, please sign in front desk, collect those badges, before to return those badges when you leave. And if you're online, we need to know about this facility.
Yeah, so if there's an emergency that happens, we got an exit right behind you guys there. You got the front door you came in, staging areas across the street at the parking lot over there. If you need to use the restroom at all today, it's just down the hall before the double doors. And just water fountain just right outside there too. Just a reminder for the owls, just make sure that when you're talking, you're kind of talking in the general direction of one of them and you're speaking up so people online can hear you. I think that's all the reminders I had, Josh.
Thank you. Open this up with Tom.
Well, I was thinking we could go around the room and do introductions. Maybe we'll add a little bit. If you know anything about Hanford or don't know anything about Hanford, and you want to know more, let's say your name, who you represent, and one waste site or operable unit you want to know more about. Okay. I'll start. I'm Tom Cecilia. I represent the Oregon Department of Energy. I would like to know more about the 200 SW2 solid waste. Central Plateau.
Bernardino from the EPA. I'd like to learn a little bit more about the 100F area.
I'm Jeff Schramm. I'm with the EPA. There's a lot about Hanford I'd like to learn more about, but specifically, I don't really have anything in particular.
Chris Sutton, local environmental interest. I'm interested in whether the reallocation or reprioritization of DOE funding is going to result in any significant decrease in the number of wells drilled over the next 5 or 6 years.
Jim Doherty, the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board representative, and Tom's understudy on the CaRM. I want to know more, of course, coming from Oregon, and especially in light of the train that just railed in Corvallis into the river. Whether we're going to, we always hear, are they going to, ship liquid, or are they going to grout it here, or what? And this just keeps getting tossed around, and I think we need to start getting that ironed out so we can start telling people in Bend and Klamath Falls what's coming.
Chandra Flores, HAP facilitation team, and I'm just grateful to hear anything that you guys bring in here. So.
I'm Celia Onishi. I'm with DOE. I'll be presenting soon. I just joined DOE less than a year ago, so I'm still learning, and everything is interesting. So as much as I learn, I want to share as I learn. Thank you.
Dana McFadden, I'm with Ecology, and I'm open to learning anything. Everything seems new, even on the old topic. So.
Matthew Campbell, Confederated Tribe C. Matilla, and I really want to learn more about groundwater. So today is great.
I'm Ed Parsons. I'm retired Department of Energy Senior Technical Advisor in his office. I'm really interested in long-term strategic plans, those that how do we do the risk analysis and one has raised my eyebrow recently, it's in Biden. For turning over federal lands to those organizations wanting to put either micro, mini power plants and or the solar cell. Here, ideal sun.
I'm Kevin Danby, citizen representative for Grant in Franklin County. I'm fairly new, so I'm interested in a lot of different things, not limited to the 324 building and the drought subject. And also, a very dear friend of mine is a Grant County PUD commissioner, and we talk a lot about these small nuclear reactors, and I'm intrigued with that.
My name is Rob Davis. I'm chairman of the TWST Committee. Been a member for quite some time. My background's in engineering materials. And I'm really dissatisfied with the lack of progress on the TBI. And that we really need to move forward. Everybody's waiting on answers. We're waiting on a good technical discussion. And it's just delay.
I represent Hanford Challenge on the board, and I have a lot of things I want to learn more about, but one that stands out right now is 61811.
Get paid with the Department of Health Office of Radiation Protection. I learn something every time I attend the app, but I'm interested in the initiative.
A poor member of the public and really interested in perovskite transmissions. Long time since it's operated, so.
I'm Ryan Miller, the communications manager for ecology. Everything interests me, but I also like learning about the weird acronyms, so I'll throw one out there. Nerd wall, that's okay.
Owen Bosner, DOE, more of the technical lead on your supporting, city of.
Catherine Blake, lead hydrogeologist for Ecology and Liquid Waste Program. As a forensic scientist, I just found it wonderfully fascinating.
My name is Josh Patton from the HAB facilitation team. Looking forward to learning about groundwater. I think 100K and would be some nice bonuses to learn about as well.
Marion Wannabe with HMIS, and I support the DOE on Hanford Advisory Board activities. I can't say that I have a specific place that I want to learn more about. I feel like Marshawn Lynch. I'm just here so I don't get fined. So.
My name is Laura Caulfield. I'm with Katmai. I also support the Hanford Advisory Board meeting activities and just interested in all the topics that we are going over today, especially the groundwater update.
We have some folks joining us online. Go down the list and see. We're going to introduce yourself, your with, and don't leave me into learning about that. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dave Goswami, former ecology employee. I'm joining after a long time just to get a little bit update about what's going on in the groundwater. And hi to everybody. And I see a lot of familiar faces. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia Bounds.
Hi, good morning. My name is Cynthia Bounds, and I work for HMIS in portfolio planning. And I'm interested in all aspects of the Hanford site.
Hi, good morning. Jennifer Colborn, U.S. Department of Energy. I am excited to be a lifelong learner and learn more from you all and be working closer with you guys in the future. Thanks.
You, Dan. Pauline.
Hi, I work with HMIS, and some of you have seen me on with the tours or special site visits. So I like learning, getting updates on the projects.
Good morning, Larry Brandt, member public at large, and I'm interested in groundwater, specifically what DOE and, well, the tri-party agencies know and don't know about groundwater and its movement and its capture.
Again.
Hi, I was actually just writing a comment in chat that I'm having a hard time hearing, so I'm glad that I caught my name. I am Megan Perkins from Department of Health, Office of Radiation Protection, and I'm interested in learning about the whole site.
Thank you. Bones.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble with the hearing as well. I think you called my name. I'm the alternate for Columbia Riverkeeper, and I would like to learn more about M61811.
Is there anybody that did not get a chance to introduce themselves that would like to speak up?
Hey Josh, this is Patrick Conrad with HMIS External Affairs. I'll be kind of vague with my response and similar to what other people said, open to everything and anything.
Just a real quick note, I just changed the mic in the room, so as we talk in the room, please let us know in the chat if the audio is any better. Thank you.
Will do. And this is Alicia Boyd from Department of Ecology.
And this is Anna Alvarez, Department of Ecology as well.
I'm Steve Needles, Department of Ecology. I'm just interested in everything you've got to say here.
Last call. All right, thanks everybody for that and humoring me with the extra question. We have some new faces from Department of Energy to give a groundwater update. So please introduce yourself and we'll get started on the presentations.
Should I stay here?
You can be wherever you're most comfortable.
And Brian, are the owls still where the audio is, or is there a microphone somewhere should be?
Oh, well, we realized that the audio for some reason switched to the bar up there, so I moved it back to the audio.
Okay, so when you're for folks in the room, when you're talking, try to talk to one of the owls so the people online can hear you.
Yeah, and speak up too if you can.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, everybody. Good morning. Hi, my name is Celia Monishi. I am earth scientist with the soil and groundwater at division at the Hanford Field Office. So I'm an earth scientist by my background in earth sciences, and I've been working in patents and surface and subsurface site collectivization for high-level nuclear waste disposal program. And looking at focusing geological structures as a pathway for radionuclide and also on earthquake havoc. So I joined Hanford in just April 2024, so I'm new here. And I am providing oversight in the Central Plateau, most specifically for the 200 West upper boundary, VP1 and UP1. So today I will provide an update on the Hanford groundwater program. So it's just a briefing, it's just an informational update. And this briefing is going to groundwater highlight, process improvement, ongoing remediation, and well drilling and sampling update. Next slide, please. So I'm starting with the Hanford groundwater highlight. Sorry. Okay, here it is. So as you may know, the main remediation technology at Hanford is the pump and treat system. The 200 West pump and treat is shown here in the picture. Is one of the largest pump and treat facility system in the United States. At the Hanford site, we have 6 pump and treat facilities. 5 in the river corridor and 1 in the Central Plateau. And since 1990, over 680 tons of contaminant have been treated from the groundwater, and this includes nitrate, carbon tetrachloride, technetium, strontium, uranium, among others. And since the 1990, 35 billion gallons of groundwater have been treated. Over 20 billions of gallons in the river corridor and close to 15 billion, over 14 billion of gallons of water in the Central Plateau. And in the past 10 years, we have treated over 2.2 billion gallons of groundwater annually. So it's a big milestone. Next, I'm gonna show you the process improvement. So one major process improvement this past year has been the increase of treatment capacity at the 200 West Fountain Treat from 2,500 to 3,400 gallons per minute. Here I have, can I stand up and show them? This can. Here or no?
Oh, you need a laser plan? Sure. Yes. No people online won't be able to see it.
Oh, want to see? It's not in here.
Yeah.
So here I have the blue maps. Sorry, there's 2 blue maps here. This blue map is for carbon tetrachloride. And here, the blue maps is used to visualize the spread and the concentration of the contaminants in the aquifer. So as you see here, 2012 is the blue map of the carbon tetrachloride, and the color here shows the concentration. So the center shows the highest concentration of that carbon tetrachloride. These maps help us to understand the extent and the impact of contamination, and which is crucial for remediation efforts. On the, as you can see, 2012, and here is 2023. These, so just show you the red dot, I don't know if you can see the red triangles here, and here are the extraction wells. And the blue triangles on the side outside along the rims are the injection wells. And the color is based on the concentration. So highest concentration in the center and lower concentration on the rim. So since the remediation has improved, in 2023, we had a plume here is showing a much decrease in the concentration, highest concentration of the carbon tetrachloride. This is due to the extraction wells along here is extracting more carbon tetrachloride close to the center of the plume. So therefore, increasing the facility capacity supports treating more groundwater contamination and reducing the risk of the contamination reaching the Columbia River. Next slide, please. So we are continuing the process improvement. And for that, one is preparing for the installation of a 3rd air treatment tower at the 200 pump and treat facility. So this is the picture of the pump and treat facility at 200 West. And we already have 2 air treatment tower, and the 3rd one is going to be placed here in fiscal year 25. Those improvements include installation of this infrastructure, including the VOC vapor off gas ducting, iron supports, electrical panel, and new pumps and fans is already being installed at Pump and Treat. So the air stripper tower here is that to remove volatile, as you may know or may not know. So volatile is a substance that volatile easily, and then from the water. And one of the main contaminants that we are treating here at 200 West Pump and Treat is the carbon tetrachloride. And carbon tetrachloride, it is a volatile. So the pumping suite is basically a huge water filtration system. So as I showed on the previous slide, we have the extraction wells. The extraction wells basically we hold the water from the aquifer of the groundwater, and then it is routed here at the pumping facility. Inside the pumping facility, we have huge vessels that are filled with resins. As the water passes through the resin, I have an example here. Resins. I can pass around. This is not for the 200 pump and treat, but this resin is to treat hexavalent chromium in the river corridors. So those vessels are filled with those resins for treatment. So as the water passes through here, goes through the treatment. But for carbon tetrachloride, we need the air stripper. So the air stripper is basically a tower that's filled with a vacuum column type of air stripping. And inside of the air stripper, we have these type of balls, hollow balls that have, I can pass around. So these balls helps to mobilize the carbon tetrachloride. And on the bottom of the air stripping, there is air blowing. So as the water goes from the top, comes from the top, pass through those balls that passing along, and the air from the bottom push the carbon tetrachloride to the top of the air stripping tower. So after the air stripping tower, the carbon tetrachloride is separated from the water. It goes to the top of the air stripping tower here. And the carbon tetrachloride is then sent to the GAC, is the granulated activated carbon system here to remove the carbon tetrachloride. And once this is the air is treated, it's sent to the air stack. Over here, the black one here, sent to the atmosphere. And the water that passed through the air stripper that being flushed to the bottom, that is being goes back to the injection wells. Goes to the bottom and then goes back to the injection wells. So this addition of the third air stripper will allow treating more groundwater contamination from the center of the Hanford site and to continue the protection of the Columbia River. Next slide, please. So, thank you. So one of the ongoing studies, this is now I'm going to the river corridor with the continuing perfect K rebound study and soil flushing for hexavalent chromium. So here I have showing on the left side is the TWST rebound study, and on the right is the key is the soil flushing. So for the Key West rebound study, so as you can see, nothing is on the surface, everything is happening on the subsurface because we are stopping the pump and treat operation to observe the natural rebound of the aquifer here in the Key West. So basically, we are stopping operations. So as the water rebounds, the aquifer rebounds, we want to make sure that we are removing all of the hexavalent chromium that is kind of stuck under the area that was not now is re-wetted, and make sure that the remediation effort has been successful. On the Key East soil, basically on the center here, we have a monitoring well. Previous was an extraction well, but now is a monitoring well to monitor the concentrations of hexavalent chromium. And the Key East soil flushing is basically it's a study that started 2022. Yeah, this started 2019 and this started to 2022. This vehicle is to flush out the residual hexavalent chromium that is in the surface, the soil, and flush to the aquifer. So here we have a picture showing all the array of dispersion holes here. Where because of the low rainfall in this area, we are basically flushing with water and let the water penetrate through the soil and to remove the hexavalent chromium. And a way to accelerate the removal of hexavalent chromium in the soil. So as the water percolates through the soil and then goes, taking the hexavalent chromium with it, goes through the aquifer. And we have a hydraulic containment because we have, I don't know if you can see here, extraction wells that are pulling all this hexavalent chromium that's being flushed through the soil. And the data from 2024 from the flushing, soil flushing shows that concentration of hexavalent chromium in the collected in effluent is showing low, that hexavalent chromium is below the detection level. Next slide, please. So here I'm just gonna give a brief update on the 300 area. Somebody said that is interested on the 618 area burial ground. The burial ground is north of Energy Northwest. And this is the full map for the two contaminants. Tritium is in red and the nitrate plume in the blue here. So there are two new monitoring wells that were installed in the vicinity of the burial ground. The burial ground is in the hash line block here. The well on the north west here, the 13-3 is to confirm that the contaminants are not originate outside from the burial ground. And the second monitoring well here in the southeast, the 12-3, is just to better understand the contribution of the from the disposal trench of the burial ground. And the objective is to understand the current condition by defining the extent of nitrate and reduced loom to help inform future decision. So next slide, please. So I'm going to give some update about the well drilling and sampling. This data is basically based on the 2023 annual groundwater report that was just published and is open to the public since September of 24. So in 2023, we have 31 wells were installed, 7 new extraction wells and 24 monitoring wells, as well as 1,173 wells were sampled. The picture here on the right is the well drilling at the Hanford Central Plateau. At the Hanford, we use 3 drilling technology. One is the air rotary drilling method. We also have the sonic and the cable tool. Here on the left shows workers collecting samples and to monitor soil and groundwater remediation. Next slide, please. Oh, so as well here, the well drilling sample, I just want to highlight that DOE operates an extensive groundwater monitoring program at the Hanford site. We have crews on the site doing sampling, monitoring, and the picture on the left here shows a technician doing radiological reading at an extraction well, as well as a worker collecting water sample from an extraction well. So all the data from the well drilling, sampling, and pumping through the operation is used for strategic remediation and planning, as well to build all those plume maps that I've shown before. So next slide, please. So as a summary takeaway, is that at Hanford, we work hand to hand with the contractors and regulators to make improvement and implement a remedy decision across the Hanford site. The process improvements such increasing treatment capacity and installing the third air stripper will help drive progress in removal of groundwater contaminants to achieve cleanup levels. And in the 100 area, the soil flushing and rebound studies have been proving successful. And since September of 2024, we have the annual groundwater monitoring report that's available to the public. And our ultimate goal is to protect, enhance the protection to the Columbia River. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions?
So before we move to questions, I'd like to give the agencies an opportunity to provide perspective. Who from ecology would like to speak?
Well, I think that's me. Thank you. It's a great overview. Since there is a lot of interest in groundwater remediation, and it wasn't specifically highlighted in your presentation, I wanted to give acknowledgement that in the bee farm, BPX-BY, there's been new extraction wells and monitoring wells put in for the first water, for groundwater treatment. So that was starting to have some reduced recovery because of the shallow depth of the first water plus the spring intervals in the wells. There's been great effort to add new extraction wells and monitoring wells as that plume has been redefined a little bit. But that is great effort in the remediation that I wanted to give credit to DOE as an ongoing program. The other thing that is highlighted in here is the over in the C farm and AAX farm. There has been a hydraulic test initiative for a new expanded groundwater extraction, groundwater recovery program for the east side of the Tech 99 plume. A lot of other myriad components, but primarily Tech 99. So that is those two initial test wells, extraction wells have been drilled. We're kind of waiting, well, we had a presentation on this yesterday. They're kind of waiting on pumps and get those installed to start the first level of extraction evaluations for C farm AAX. That will tackle that large remnant of TCE, but not TCE, of Tech 99 plume that's over on the east side. That is the first aspect of this hydraulic test plan. That will then set up for additional remediation wells. And, we talked about, we heard about some of the wells that were installed in 2023. I'm the coordinator for the M24 well aspects. Right now, we've got 11 wells already programmed for 25. Of those, 8 are extraction wells. So that kind of identifies where we are heading with well efforts. We're going to be meeting starting in March and April to address the rest of the list of the wells. Typically, we have 30 wells a year that we put in. But last year we had to at least put placeholders so that when January and February came around, they would know what to start with. So we had 11 wells on the agenda. That will get them well through March when we can actually build out. But there is a lot of effort in groundwater recovery that isn't really highlighted anywhere. And that, we went for a lot of over the years of investigation and monitoring wells, trying to get a handle on how big some of these critters really are. Well, now we're actually trying to work more on remediation than just monitoring and exploring. So that's, something I really wanted to give credit to DOE for in these aspects. And yeah, that's kind of what I saw as this presentation was going that really wasn't highlighted. And I know there's interest in where some of the groundwater programs are going. Obviously, we are doing the ongoing monitoring, and we see that in the annual REPRA report that could come out in March again this year. And then, we did have the annual site-wide report that used to be called the circuit report. Well, now it's just called the annual site-wide report. It was a cumbersome report this year because it was a compilation of many other published reports that kind of got aggregated or homogenized into one lump sum. I know it was a little cumbersome for some people. At one point in time, I had to have 3 different versions of it open on 3 different monitors to try to figure out what the sentence meant, because it referenced other documents that were embedded in it. I'm hoping that the next years won't be that cumbersome and we can get a little clarity on how best to aggregate all of this information. So that's kind of my response so far. Open to discuss anything else.
Okay. I just wanted to say one thing, and Catherine's right, there's a lot of work that's been done, and to help kind of draw some breadcrumbs to what she's talking about, a lot of that work has been embedded in the IROD that was just signed for the BP5, PO1, and the work the interim record of decision for BP5 and PO1. And the corresponding remedial design and remedial action work plan that has put that action to work. And there's been a lot of work both at the pump and treat facility and at as Catherine said, at B Farm and C and A and AX that's associated with that work. So just to give you an idea of where that work is kind of located within our remedial framework. And, just so you can understand what's driving the work that she's speaking about. And the other thing too, that I'll say is, ecology, we've worked with DOE regarding the annual groundwater report. It came out last year. We've been working, Catherine, and ecology, and we at EPA working with DOE on some of the new approach to that report. And we're all meeting again next week to talk about, what we feel worked and what we feel might need to be changed. And DOE has done a great job in involving us last year and keeping us involved this year to design that report to be more efficient and more clear and a real tool to be able to understand what's going on with groundwater holistically throughout the site. So I just wanted to piggyback on what she said and give you some perspective on how the work that she's talking about is lined out within CERCLA and the process. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we're going to jump to the queue. Before we do, on the rap sheet for this meeting, which is a list of administrative record links, the report that everyone's talking about is linked there, so you can access it there.
All 3,000 pages of it.
It's on reproduced. Okay, so here.
We have 5 people in queue. Three ones up front are online. So Dee, Simone, and Larry. Dee, what is your question?
Well, it's a very nice presentation and about those plume maps. I just wanted to know about this percentage of total area plume size reduction of carbon 200 West area. Now thing is that what I have seen, this is a very good thing that I could attend this meeting. The pumping rate, the rate of extraction has significantly increased in the last 2 years or so, from 2,400 to about 3,000 and these things. So, Bob, do you expect, first of all, I just wanted to know that a decrease in the total area of reductions over this 10 years period of time, 10, 12 years period of time. And second thing is, do you expect that same rate of reduction over the period of, say, next 10 years or so? Because you concentrated, I think that is the purpose of also we concentrated on the mass reduction, mass removal, where the highest concentrations of carbon, fat, chloroform, and all those contaminants are there. You want to extract as much as possible. And did not necessarily mean that your size of the plume will be decreasing at the same rate. I just wanted to know, did you calculate that? Okay, if you pump at 3,700 gallons per minute, which is way above, or 3,500 or whatever, way above the rate of in 2022 or 2000 from 2,400, it's a significant amount, and you concentrated only in the central portion because that's where the mass is. Now, do you expect that with this huge increase of pump and treat will decrease the total plume area over the period of time in a significant way? So that's one thing I wanted to know, and the plume size, total plume size reduction. And do you have that kind of studies already conducted, or at least you must have done some modeling? Hope I'm clear, Tom. Hope I'm clear what I'm asking. You remove the mass from the core area. Need not necessarily mean that it will immediately reflect the reduction of the size from outside in. So I just want to get some idea on that. Thank you.
So Dee, this is Jim Hansen, and
yes,
for the rest of the audience here, I'm the Central Plateau Technical Lead for the Groundwater Organization. And so, Celia, would you mind, or could somebody bring up the plume maps that were part of the presentation? I think that was page 4. Yeah, page 4.
It'll take me a moment to keep talking.
Just to give people a perspective of, I guess yes. what Dee is asking here is, so last year I think we talked about, hey, the things that we were changing and the focus on the Central Plateau, and in terms of that increase from 2,500 gallons per minute to 3,400 gallons per minute. So over the past 3 to 4 years, we placed another 12 additional wells. And through those, the placement of those wells, what we identified was, yes, that center portion of the plume is rich with contamination. So our focus is, our strategy in terms of moving forward is to get rid of that high concentration portion of the plume. Because if we don't get rid of that, then you do have diffusion and dispersion, and then it creates that plume, yes. and it moves, or it causes that migration, and you got a more dilute concentration, and we don't want that dilute concentration to continue to spread. So our focus has been on the center of that plume and the whole construction of everything. We've got our extraction wells in the center, and this is an important concept, and our injection wells on the outside. So by putting those injection wells on the outside boundaries, you are pushing that contamination towards the center. And you can think of it as the drain in your sink or the drain in a bathtub, right? So I'm pulling the plunger out of the bathtub, and I'm attempting to force everything towards that drain. And that drain ends up being those extraction wells. And you can see that high concentration portion of the plume there, that brown, is our target. And so that is what we are going after. Now, Dee, in terms of the question as we are currently in the process. We've just started this up in July, where we turned on these 12 new extraction wells. And so we're continuing to monitor what the response is in the aquifer in terms of going from 2,500 to 3,400 gallons per minute, which was 900 gallons per minute more increase. And so we're monitoring what the head values are, we're monitoring what the concentrations are. And we are seeing that, yes, we have reduced the amount of mass in the center part of the system. In reality, yes, that continues by drawing in the center, that continues to draw the contamination from the outside to the inside. You can see that in this in these two plumes here. So on the left-hand side in 2012, you see that gray area and you see the buildings. Move up over here. So you see how far out this gray area of our plume resides. And as you look over in 2023, through this 11 years of pump and treat, you can see how we've shifted this plume all the way over to beyond the facilities with our injection wells over here, pushing that contamination towards those extraction wells. So yes, we are going through the process and we are doing the modeling, but we are taking this data and information from the startup, and we are placing that data and information into our models, and then we're going to be looking at, hey, what is the response of the aquifer? So how long will it take us to get to the end? We don't have that information back yet because we're still in the midst of processing all of that information. But this is really exciting to us just because of the amount of impact that we've had in this 11-year time frame. Just like in the river corridor, if you got, some of you guys weren't around here, but 15, 17 years ago, when we first put in those pump and treats associated with the river corridor, there was a lot of doubt associated with, is it going to be able to clean up that hexavalent chromium in the time frame that we said that it was going to clean it up? But through the process of source remediation, like we've done in the river corridor, and then the addition of the pump and treats to be able to remove the contamination that we've got in the groundwater, goodness, I mean, everybody is quite surprised. We've done that in a 13-year period. And so those plumes in the river corridor have greatly decreased, and we're just working on, as Elwood has been working in the river corridor, and Celia's explained, we're doing these soil flushing activities to remove that residual contamination from the vadose zone so that the groundwater ends up being clean over the long period of time. So similarly here, we're seeing the decrease in terms of what we started out with in 2012, and we've got a significant decrease, and you can tell that by the amount of mass that we've removed, and we update Jeff on a quarterly basis as to all the constituents that we're pulling out on that quarterly basis. I don't have those numbers available to me right now or offhand, Dee, so I can't provide you with specifics in terms of the contaminants that we removed over the last quarter. Yes, does that answer your question, Dee?
Yes, it does answer. And in fact, it's very clear from these 12 versus 23, the central portion of the plume is significantly decreased. And this thing, only thing is that I think everybody should realize that if you look at those injection wells along the right-hand side, those series of injection wells that are right-hand side, the diluted plume has expanded. Remember that. You can see that a big bulb, bulging in the east side, in the eastward, and I'm sure that's because of the clean water or whatever that water that you injected in that, and a portion of that always spreads, as you said, diffusion and these things. Question is probably in your next presentation or something like that, if you can put some light on that some as modeling studies, how far you can expect that diluted plume or that portion of the right hand side can go farther over the period of your, say, 10-year period, 20-year period. That will be a good information for every.
Dave, if you don't mind, I want to step in here because we have 11 minutes left and 6 people in queue.
Yes,
so I want to.
I'm done. Thank you.
And yeah, it's important, but we do need to get on some other questions.
Well, let me just say one thing before we transition. Dave, remember that we are in the midst of a ZP1 optimization study. Yes. Now that study has driven the goal for 3,500 gallons per minute, right? It's driven the goal for the air stripper. It's driven the goal to look at how we misunderstood when the ZP rod came out, the extent of the carbon tetrachloride. So, if you're curious about how we are looking at the carbon tetrachloride and what we're doing, I would invite anybody to look at that ZP1 optimization study. We have not gotten the data back yet from DOE to,
Thank you.
looking is the framework that is driving this study on NZP1 on the Central Plateau. So look to the ZP1 optimization study. It is what's driving a lot of this work.
Thank you.
So,
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have several questions I put in chat, but I'll just ask the first one, and if there's time, which there probably won't be, but if there is, we can go back. So my first question is about EPA's new standards for hexavalent chromium, and how those are being updated or included in the 100K rebound study, or how those standards are being implemented currently, if at all.
Hey, Simone, this is Jason Capron. If you can hold that one for the next session, I'll get into that as part of the next session.
Sounds good. Can I ask my second question then?
Yes.
Or I can hold. So that was my next question was, how does the presence of the Columbia generating station impact characterization of the M61811 burial site right now?
So this is all, most of the documentation to go in and do remediation or RTB of the 61811 burial ground was performed back in, I want to say between 2015 to 2017. So what was keeping the remediation from going forward was the issue with Energy Northwest and the NRC. So currently, right now, we drilled 2 wells out there to do some further characterization to make sure that the contamination is in fact originating from the burial ground. And until Energy Northwest stops operating, it will be kind of in a standby status. We are looking at the possibility of probably putting an interim cap over the burial ground to prevent further migration of contaminants down to the groundwater. But the main issue driving the stoppage of going out there and remediating the burial ground was because of proximity of the burial ground to the parking lot for Energy Northwest employees. And being able to protect the employees and the general public from further contamination, which was something that we did see with the remediation of 61810 years ago.
I'd like to point out that a particular page 7 map of the inclusion into the Energy Northwest has tritium as the main plume that we're looking at. You're not going to pump and treat tritium. That's just something, and at the level they're talking about, really, probably a dose to the public of no concern over the next 25 years. But I'd say when you're looking at slide 7, that plume is basically talking about tritium.
That's a good segue into Larry's question, which I think was also about the 61811 plume. So Larry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I just, I wanted to know how these plumes were characterized. The 2 maps that we had were carbon tetrachloride, and I was wondering if that represents multiple toxic species, or if that was characteristic of all, or if there needs to be a plume study for each species of contaminant.
Yeah, each contaminant has their own plume. So if you go to the 2023 annual groundwater report, you will see each constituent, there will be a plume map.
And in the February meeting, we're going to be getting a 101 presentation on the Phoenix website, which is a really great place to go in and play around and find all the different plume maps. So.
Do you have the next question?
Yeah, so I guess I could really bring it down to make it fairly simple. Probably a question for you, Jim. As a funder, as the public, we're funding this, and as any person that paid for a project, we really have two questions. How much is it gonna cost, and when is it gonna be done?
And we're taking notes, Jim.
Currently, in terms of the record of decision, associate. So for which float, I guess that is.
All of it, when, I mean, the Humpton tree, I send the scrap dealers in, carry the buildings down.
I guess our baseline in terms of pump and treat, in terms of the central plateau goes out to 2037.
Okay.
Based upon the existing record of decision. But as Jeff qualified, is that we are operating under the optimization study plan. And so we're still in the process right now of evaluating the impact of things that we didn't understand at the time of which the record of decision was in place.
So I need to redirect questions over here then about what?
Well, no, I guess what I'm trying to say is that we're still planning to in terms of how we're working, is that we still are planning towards that 2037 date.
Okay.
But we know that for the carbon tetrachloride flow, if indeed I have to rely specifically on pump and treat, that date's gonna extend further out into the future. Because we were operating under the assumption that monitored natural attenuation was a viable component of the remedy. Since then, we've learned and we've come to the have multiple times and we've walked through that process, that monitored natural attenuation or abiotic degradation of carbon tetrachloride isn't a feasible remedy for us any longer. So if I look at things, just from my planning purposes or what I think could be, I mean, for pump and treat only, I'm in the 2040 to 2050 timeframe, versus 2037. Pardon?
You're not gonna retire till this is done.
So that's why we've hired 4 new individuals within our organization to bring.
So I could build on that a little bit with where I'm going. We got a little bit left in the queue in 3 minutes, so we'll try to limit it to 1. I've got 1.5 because I'm taking some prerogative. You mentioned that the agencies are looking at the system, the groundwater report, and trying to make some improvements and streamlining it. Is that something that the HAB could help with? Think about that. Because we have a work plan coming up, and that might be something that helps.
Is there a standard of expectations to, if I reach a certain pico milligram per liter in the groundwater, we declare success relative to the modeling process?
That's established in the record of decision, which there isn't a final record of decision yet, right?
There's not a final record decision on 3 of the 4 operable units for central water, for the central plateau for groundwater. So and it's not just picocuries, right? There's a lot of different constituents out there. Well, no, I'm not, but I guess the answer is it's complicated. And the further the lens is a bit opaque, as far as what's gonna happen after 2032. Yeah.
Okay, so can we help clarify that?
Over time, yes. As time moves on, yes. As we look at studies like this and know better what we're dealing with, as we figure out how that tool of the pump and treat facility is going to be used moving forward. Remember initially that pump and treat facility was brought in simply for the ZP1 operable unit. We were able to get funding for over $100 million for that facility through ARA money. And now it has grown, that facility has grown exponentially, as Catherine said, to include bringing constituents in from B farm and C farm and A farm. And so we're still learning how that tool is going, not only working for the site, but for the central plateau. So
jump in for a second. Jason, can we borrow 10 minutes?
Yes, absolutely.
This is an important conversation. I want to make sure we have some time. Okay.
So, a lot of that I can't answer yet. That as we begin to move forward and work through things like the optimization study and, understand a little bit how interim records of decision work. We understand that there's a bigger issue, but we identify challenges that we believe we can manage that are smaller within that big issue, and we establish interim records of decision moving toward a record of decision. And that's what we have in UP1, that's what we have in BP5, that's what we have in PO1. And you know, it is a little bit cumbersome to have a record of decision at ZP1, considering we have these other operable units that all share. I mean, these lines, groundwater plumes don't tend to follow the lines that we draw. And so it's very complicated, and EPA and DOE and ecology are always looking for new and novel ways to approach a holistic approach to cleaning up groundwater in the Central Plateau. But I can't answer a when or how much that's going to cost. So yeah,
You
we need to move on to the queue. I need to move on the queue. And
I hear,
yeah, let's have a follow-up conversation after we circle around the queue.
Well, I think this is, need everybody to hear this.
I understand that.
It's not a follow-up.
Okay.
It's the whole idea is that
We're gonna move on, please. Thank you. The question I actually had is the same general topic, and it might frame it in a little different way, which allows a different perspective here. The plume pump and treat, until there's a final record decision, is it plume management, or is it source remediation, or is it both? And how can you determine how long the mission is if it's just plume management?
Well, for example, it is both, right? Depending on which plume that we're talking about. For carbon tetrachloride, we don't believe that we have a continuing source. We've addressed the continuing source through 20 years of vapor extraction from the soils, right? And so now we're working on the results of what migrated through the vadose zone and impacted the groundwater. And so now we are remediating that groundwater component. And as Jeff alluded to, again, it goes back to the optimization study plan. We've acknowledged that even though we have a final record of decision for ZP1, there's still change that takes place, even though I have a final. Because I have interim actions in other locations. But within ZP1, I'm going to be making changes to the path forward associated with that remedy. The optimization study plan is going to help us to frame what that revision is going to look like in terms of that modification to the remedy. So that's one aspect in terms of the groundwater and what we have to do in terms of containment and treatment. So there are other aspects of other sources that are continuing sources, and our focus there is on containment of that of those areas, so that those plumes don't expand and cost us more money, because the larger the plume, the greater the cost. So our focus is on identifying where those sources are, and then strategically going in and pumping from those areas. And as Jeff explained, we've got that in C, AAX, and B complex, and we've got TXTY. And so in all of those areas, all of that contamination is being routed back to this central groundwater pump and treat facility for treatment purposes. Different purpose in mind. Those are for containment, because we do have those continuing sources. Does that help?
Yeah, so you're both reducing the length of time you're of the mission by removing the source in the carbon tetrachloride area potentially, but then the other stuff you're pumping and treating until the source is gone, which could be very, very long time.
Oh, that's currently the strategy.
Okay,
correct.
So on the river corridor, what we are doing is performing rebound studies to identify source areas, and then we go after it with soil flushing. We do know where We've identified 3 source areas in each our 3 outflow. Over there. It's just a matter of getting out there and having funding to implement the remedy, which is so all the above. Yeah, so we are maintaining, doing containment and source remediation. Thank you, Rob.
Back in like the early days, like 2000, before 2007, we had basically thought about this pump creek and thought it was a total waste of money. It would be a boondoggle to create a one-of-a-kind place for cleanup. And we'd also supported lots of research in bioremediation. And I'd like to point out that in Europe right now, reduction of the hexavalent chromium to trivalent chromium, which is less mobile and not as hazardous, is being used all the time. There's actually companies out there that are selling the BIOS to do it. Yeah, it is a little difficult and a little big to track, but at one point we were going to really look at bioremediation and using the oxidative nature of some of these microbes. And I still think that maybe in the end we would be converting over. But seriously, this is a lot of money spent, and nobody else in the world is doing this to the extent that we're doing this. So we certainly need to keep that in perspective. One of the things that I would like on these charts, though, is somebody could put a scale on those for us to understand the actual distance of the plume and that. I also found that when I got into Phoenix and started looking at it, there was not a lot of depth information. Remember, these plumes have a 3-dimensional structure, and that is missing from part of the standpoint. But then again, let me ask just one more question. When you calculate what you're pulling out, how's that done if you don't know the exact species that you're pulling out? How are you coming up with this number of how many million? The very first chart, over 680 tons of contaminant. Is that calculated with the water? How is that determined? You know, it's like 680 tons of contaminants. I don't know how much we emitted.
Rob, we routinely analyze the concentration of contaminants going into a pump and treat, and we routinely analyze the concentration of water that comes out. The difference allows you to calculate that mass.
I do believe that 680 tons is far greater than what we have.
Say that again?
680 tons of carbon tech. That's
that's
all. Okay, but just of a certain quantity of these molecules, that's a lot. And how that, see, when we were looking at really using public trades at the very beginning, it was not cost effective because you couldn't get this field. Okay, and so, I don't know what the difference is, but I certainly see that, but, well, I think you guys are doing a good job. I like what's going on, but, we understand this is a Cadillac.
And there is a scale, it's just hard to see.
I can't see it. I can't read that. That's what I mean. We gotta print those out. Chris, 1 minute.
I'd just like to add a little bit to the discussion that Julia presented. All the discussion here has really been about CERCLA, but there are 3 groundwater programs on site. Each has different regulatory drivers and different constraints. So we not only sample wells for CERCLA, but we sample them for RCRA and we sample them for the Atomic Energy Act. Each of those has different drivers, different sampling requirements, and different analysis requirements. And scheduling how you sample these wells is not straightforward because we don't want to sample, say, a well for CERCLA, then go back and do another trip and sample it for RCRA, and then possibly go back a 3rd time to the same well and sample it for Atomic Energy Act. So there's a large effort to optimize how you sample and how you analyze. And at least by the time I retired, we saved about 40% a year in sampling and analysis costs through our detailed scheduling on how and when for what we sample. The other thing I'd like to mention is, that wasn't mentioned, is, and Jim, you can help me with this. At the time I retired, I want to say a few years ago, but it's longer than that. We sampled aquifer tubes in the river about 300 aquifer tube trips a year. An aquifer tube is simply a hollow pipe that's driven into the subsurface of the bottom of the river, and it has holes in it at different depths, so you can sample water in the sediments and see contamination in the below the surface of the river. So in addition to the 1,100 well sampling trips that was mentioned, there's several hundred, I don't know if it's 300 anymore, but several hundred aquifer tube trips. Those are hard because you have to take a boat out in the river, anchor it in the vicinity of aquifer tube, and then sample it. That's not a straightforward process either. So sampling and analysis, what we've heard here is actually a lot more complicated than you might expect.
And thank you. I'm gonna just read Simone's last question because we're quick on time. And it's related to the fact that budgets are gonna be converted largely to the holistic agreement and tank waste mission. So how does that look for the soil and groundwater project? What's the contingency?
Well,
I should say on the river corridor, we're optimizing our public streets to continue with source remediation and maintain firm containment to make sure it goes going through the river.
Yeah, and it's similar to the Central Plateau. You guys have heard that we are, optimizing our public street systems. We're going from 2,500 gallons per minute to 3,400 gallons per minute. We're still putting in additional, we're making modifications to the existing well networks to optimize. But at some point in time, I mean, you've got your infrastructure in place, and then you're going through that whole evaluation process by which to then best understand what the time frame it is that's going to take in order to be able to perform the remediation. And that all feeds into our plan.
Thank you. I really appreciate the conversation, the presentations, and the dialogue. I hope that the optimization can bring the economy that we need to continue the cleanup mission with an uncertain financial prospect. So thank you for all the work and the presentations.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're gonna to run through we're tight on time. We're gonna welcome Jason Cameron to talk about 100K and 100N. So continuing the conversation, but focusing on the river corridor a little bit.
Cool. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. For everyone who doesn't know me, as Tom said, my name is Jason Cameron. I'm the Senior Technical Advisor for the Assistant Manager of River and Plateau, which is a long way of saying River and Plateau is the group that deals with all the soil remediation, the building D4, and the groundwater remediation. So same group as Jim and Celia at Elwood are in. That's the group I work with. What I wanted to give you guys an update on today is the topic some of you have heard from me before, and I think we'll kind of get into another topic as I alluded to with Simone, was probably I think a year and a half ago, I came before you guys and said, hey, we're close on a proposed plan for the 100K and the 100N area. And like I said, I'll come back and give you a technical update when we're a little bit closer and we know some details. And here we are, we're past the timeline that I had promised you. So I really just wanted to come and give you guys an update about where we are and why you haven't heard from me on that update that I expected to give sooner. So little bit of context on it. Let me set the stage a little bit on K and N area to refresh for those who maybe didn't hear my previous presentation on it.
So we've been doing interim remediation at K and N area since the late 1990s. When I say interim remediation, I mean we're operating under interim records of decision. Starting in the 2010 timeframe, we began the process, which is the remedial investigation feasibility study process, a CERCLA process, to start to do new rods for K and N area. Colloquially, we often refer to those as final rods, just to distinguish that it's not an interim rod, but it's that next rod step that we come to. And that's what we've been working on since 2010. As we got into 2024, we were wrapping up that remedial investigation feasibility study process, again, about a decade-long process there. And that remedial investigation feasibility study, what the purpose of those documents is the remedial investigation is the analysis of all the contaminants, the conditions, and what's going on there. It says, what's the risk? What am I dealing with here? And then the feasibility study is the engineer counterpart that says, what am I going to do about it? What are the options I have? And what's the best option to do and go forward? And it sets the basis to provide some alternatives. That is ultimately summarized in a proposed plan. And the proposed plan is the vehicle by which DOE communicates with the public to say, in a nutshell, if you want to go read the long version, you're absolutely welcome to do so. You have the whole remedial investigation feasibility study process, or you can read the somewhat abridged version in the proposed plan. And here's what we think we should do. We've analyzed these alternatives, and here's what we think we should do. So that was the gate we were coming to in 2024, was prepared, finalizing those remedial investigation feasibility studies and preparing those proposed plans. So it was in that context that I came before you saying, I think we're really close to sharing these proposed plans with the public. What happened in 2024 that gave us a little bit of a speed bump was what I alluded to with Simone before, is two changes happened specific to hexavalent chromium. One is the state of Washington released updated water quality standards for fresh water. These are standards for protection of aquatic species in the river. Obviously, one of the risk pathways we look at is protecting our Columbia River resource. They released updated standards for the river. Again, that affected multiple things, but the one that's most relevant to my discussion here is hexavalent chromium. We have always used those values as some of our basis for cleanup values, and the value for hexavalent chromium went a little bit lower in water quality standards. In a similar time frame, and completely coincidentally and unrelated, EPA's toxicology database, which is called IRIS, the Integrated Risk Information System, released updated information for hexavalent chromium. They identified a numeric value to help evaluate it as a cancerous substance of the carcinogen. So that's relevant because that EPA database, that IRIS database, we use in calculating cleanup values for protection of human health. Most especially for groundwater, it really affects multiple pathways, but it tends to have the most pronounced effect on groundwater. So both of those updates coming out last year. Now this happens. Scientific basis for cleanup numbers changes. That's not new. That's things we have to deal with all the time. There's processes to deal with. It depends on what happens. These are fairly significant updates. The effect of them is potentially a fairly significant lowering of the cleanup levels beyond what we had contemplated when we were preparing the K and N proposed plans. And so because that is a significant update, there's cases where when an update's fairly easy, we just go in and take care of it. But this one was enough that just in the details, it was like, oh, doing this evaluation, this is not just, oh, go tweak the number and update a few things. This really would take some real time in order to get through these kind of updates if we just incorporated these in at this stage. So what we did is, let me step and say, let me pivot from K versus N here so I can highlight it. We said, okay, these updates are going on, and we know they're gonna have potentially significant updates. Now I'm gonna focus on K area. Now, why do I care so much about K? Hexavalent chromium is really the dominant contaminant that we're dealing with in K area. And then for those of you, where does hexavalent chromium come from at K? So sodium dichromate was used as a corrosion inhibitor. So the water, remember the cooling water process going on in the K area. We wanted to keep the water going through the reactors thermally cool. Hexavalent chromium was injected into the water stream to be an oxygen scavenger to help keep the pipes from corroding out. Last thing you want is pipes inside a reactor corroding and rusting out. But the byproduct of that is you have a low concentration of hexavalent chromium that becomes a contaminant going out in various waste streams. Unfortunately, hexavalent chromium in that state, in that +6 valent state, is relatively mobile. And it gets into groundwater relatively easily, as Celia and Jim and others were just talking about, leads to groundwater plumes. A K area of most of the decision we were working on is based on what we're doing about hexavalent chromium, particularly in groundwater. So getting an update that says, well, maybe that value that's appropriate threshold for cleanup is lower than we were planning on is a fairly significant pause point to say, okay, what do we want to do with that? So that's K area, which I'll come back to again. Now, N area, similar rationale that, okay, we've had this update, but N area is a little bit different, and that hexavalent chromium wasn't so dominant of a contaminant there, because N was a later generation reactor. It wasn't using hexavalent chromium in the same way. While there are groundwater hexavalent chromium contaminant plumes at 100 N area, not nearly so relevant as it is K area. Still relevant, but less dominant. And so we said, well, it might be easier to do an update at N area than it was at K, but still, this is an intentional process that we need to engage in to figure out how to do this update, but maybe it'll be a little easier. N area also had the added wrinkle, though, that as we were working with ecology on finalizing the RIFS, the remedial investigation feasibility study, we jointly agreed that we'd go and kind of look at some updated information relative to the strontium 90 plumes out there. And so we need to bring in a little bit more information because it might affect our remedy considerations. And what we decided to do was, and literally working with Kim, we said, okay, we could either just wait and update the RIFS, or we decided to do what we call an RIFS addendum, which is just another way to modify that to say new information has come in. We want to bring that in and consider it. Frankly, it's probably the same tool we'd use for something like hexavalent chromium. We're finalizing that RIFS addendum now in a draft stage to share with ecology and EPA for review. That's also part of the calculus on N area. I don't want to dwell on that one too much. I just, as I say, oh, well, N's easier for Chrome. There's another wrinkle in there that we're also dealing with on N on bringing in some updated information. So those pieces have led to right where we are right now is on K area. We literally have a draft proposed plan we've shared with Roberto and said, okay, this is where we are, but recognize that we have these hexavalent chromium updates. We're working with EPA and ecology. EPA is the lead regulatory agency for K area, so I tend to focus on them, but our ecology partner is very relevant too. We're working with Roberto to say, what's the best path forward on this? How do we want to approach this challenge of having seen the potential for the hexavalent chromium cleanup levels to come down? What's the best way to address it in terms of timeliness and process that keeps things moving? In the meantime, we're continuing to do the interim remedial action at K area. We're still operating the pump and treats under the interim rods. We have the interim rod coverage to continue to do remediation there. It's just a question of how we best move forward with updating to a so-called final rod. Exact same story at N area, except now I emphasize ecology because ecology is the lead regulatory agency at N, though we also work with our EPA partner, in this case, Jeff, to figure out what the best way is to go forward on N area. That's a very rapid version, but I want to cut a little bit of time off because I think this is going to queue up a few other questions too on Chrome and things like that. Did that make some sense just where we at? And let me say too that whatever path we decide to go on, that is something that the tri-party agencies are actively discussing and deciding on the best way to pursue with that. We will come back to the HAB, and no matter what, this results at some point in an updated proposed plan. One way or the other, I'm moving forward with the proposed plan. It's a question of when I do it, how and when I contemplate those potential updates to hexavalent chromium. Either way, I'm still going to release something to the public. It's just a question of timing as to when I do it. And I would again come before the HAB and give you that presentation that I first promised a year and a half ago to give you the more technical detail of what's going on with it so that you can really get into the details of either one of these. I just wanted you to understand of where was that update you promised us a little while ago? We hit a speed bump basically. So certainly. So I guess turn over to agency perspective.
Let's go alphabetical. It's okay. That would be that's Roberto. Sorry, the name of like 100K. 100K, yeah, 100K. Sorry, I got
good. That's all good. Yeah, so thank you for the background and the context. Like Jason mentioned, like EPA is working with DOE and at the same time with ecology to try to figure out that path forward on a proposed plan. How that path forward looks like, we're still not sure. As Jason alluded to, with IRIS to produce new values for expanding chromium. Those values essentially feed into just a screening level that determines whether or not like whether a basis of support action is needed at any particular site. And what we're doing on our end is trying to figure out like the next steps after reviewing those screening levels for hexavalent chromium and what would be the next or a potentially revised cleanup level. And right now we don't have that value yet, and that is something that we'll be working with DOE on. As Jason mentioned as well, we're also be coming back to the HAB as well once we have more information to provide. And the proposed proposed plan will also include a public comment component as well. We'll also be going forward with a offers of consultation to the tribes as well. One thing that we should highlight as well. And I think they'll switch over to 100N.
Oh, sure. All right. Tim Wells, I'm the project manager for Farmer Restoration. It is one of those. From our perspective, we're hearing that there's less impact on 100N than 100K. 100K, we feel has a little bit more work to do because there is more impact. So their evaluation there, we feel is going to be a little bit more robust. With 100N, it's a question of, do we add another addendum to the RIFS to address these cleanup values, or do we address it in a revised proposed plan before it goes? We haven't had those discussions yet because of the holidays and so forth. And after talking with Alicia, and Alicia's on the board up there, she has worked this project for 15 years. After talking with her, we're seeing only maybe a couple of source sites that might be affected by the cleanup values that are lowered, whereas the groundwater is not nearly as affected by it. So we just haven't weighed exactly the path forward that we're going to do on proceeding with 100N. But as far as the race between 100N and 100K getting towards the rod, we're thinking 100N is probably going to be a little quicker because there's less evaluation that's needed. And we just need to have some of those discussions in more detail here in the next couple of weeks or so to establish that path forward on how we're going to proceed with all of this 100 area work that needs to be done.
Thank you. I'll just piggyback a little bit on that, and we're EPA. We're very interested in completing these rods on the river corridor. It's been a long time coming for some of these, and we're very interested in crossing that finish line. These are the last two, as Jason said, colloquially, final rods on the river plateau. So it's very important to us and to ecology. I think I can speak for Kim in this too, and Alicia, that to get this done, it's more important to get it done right. And that can be subjective, and that's what we're trying to figure out. What is the right path forward so that we're getting this done in a way that we're not having to go back and revisit something because we were too we pushed it too hard. And so we recognize that, even though we really would and are very interested in getting rods along the river corridor. We understand that we want to do this correct, and that's taking a little time and pushing our schedules back. But from our standpoint at EPA, and it kind of addresses Simone's question as far as funding and stuff too. We're really looking for ways to continue this work and ensure that final records of decision along the river.
So to segue on what are your barriers to get these records of decisions out? What can we do as the have to say, here's what we support? I mean, I hear what you're saying, these are taking a long time, but we're more interested. What can be done to get around that, to say, okay, if, Congress is probably going to come along and say, you're only going to have 20% of your funding after so many years. That's all we're going to have. So what can we do? What can you tell them? What can we influence DOE, Congress to say, we're struggling right here. It's taking us, 2 years, 7 years, whatever it is. How can we make that happen more efficient, quicker, sooner? Standards.
Understand too, and to address your previous point that, we at EPA, we provide in ecology, but we provide oversight to the lead agency that is making decisions on how money is spent and where that money is going. Right now, as you've heard very clearly, some of the challenges that we're having moving forward with these new iris values, with some of the other issues, and I can only speak for N, I'll let Roberto speak for K. You know, I don't have an ask for the have right now. I don't know what to ask for that. We seem to have a path forward. We're waiting for data and information and, you know, and coming up with a decision on how to deal with how we move forward with some of these new challenges so that we can move forward in the ROD process. That process takes, you know, that process from a proposed plan to signing of a ROD can take easily more than a year, can take easily more than a year and a half. So there may be stuff that EPA can say, hey, we could really use your help. We're really struggling with this in that process, but I don't have that for you right now. What I can say is that we're working very closely, ecology as well, with DOE and addressing these current issues that we have. And we're very interested in getting final RODs on these operable and I'm very careful not to step on my partner's toes on you know, at N and K, and having these final RODs that surround the river corridor. We're very interested and we're working diligently toward that goal.
Thank you. So if we have
me on beat on this point.
Hold on, we have a queue, please follow the queue, okay? If you have a question to ask, we have a queue.
Well, he segued, and I segued.
I appreciate that.
So let him talk. And I talk.
I appreciate that. I just want to set the ground rules that we have a queue and if you speak in order of the queue, that's the appropriate way to do it. They're all important conversations, but we have a lot of people who want to.
So no more segue.
Segues are allowed, but try to follow the queue, okay? That's all, it's just the way we do it here. So I have a question about crystal balls. Because, we do want to weigh in on these records and decisions, and support the cleanup and advise the agencies. We need to know when we are going to do that and when we need to set up our issue manager teams. When we have draft documents to look at. Also, our 2027 cleanup priorities advice has a line item in there right now about implementing the record of decision in 100K and N cleanup. So how do we, is that gonna happen? Is there gonna be a record of decision by 2027?
I've asked Jeff to stay over.
Okay.
And we'll put that on the first item on our agenda on the table so that Jeff can talk about it. Roberto can talk about it, say before they have to leave.
Appreciate that. Okay, so it's sort of the same question, but following the order of the. Yeah.
Go ahead. I've been cut off, so fine.
So 2027 question mark?
The challenge, I think it's very achievable for an area, because I will say from an implementation standpoint, even if I had to go in and do updates on an area, as Kim alluded to, it's a little bit more straightforward for Chrome in an area. So I think it's very achievable for N. On K, it honestly depends how we move forward. If I need to completely, I'll say, redo an RIFS process relative to hexavalent chromium, it's a fairly long lead time because it is a significant contaminant there. It definitely affects that, and it does have a potentially long lead time that would jeopardize 2027. So that maybe not a crystal ball, it's just an integrity answer from it, but.
Appreciate the gut check.
Sure.
Yeah.
Jason, thank you for coming to us and bringing us an update. I want to check some of my understanding from what you've said so far. So for 100N, you're now finalizing a ROD addendum that includes strontium 90 info updated.
RIFS addendum, yeah. Remedial investigation.
I'm sorry, what did you say, ROD?
You said ROD,
Sorry.
which are a little bit different.
Yes. Sorry. And then for 100K, you are talking with EPA about the draft proposed plan.
Let's put it on both 100K and 100N. We have draft proposed plans that we're talking with the agencies about. On 100N, we have the addition of an RIFS addendum, which is relevant to the strontium 90, which would also affect the proposed plan for 100N.
Okay, so are you thinking of doing an RIFS addendum 4? Is that still open for 100K as well?
Yes, that is one of the pathways. If we needed to bring in the updates for hexavalent chromium, using an RIFS addendum would be one of the pathways that we could do that.
Okay.
And with the level of analysis that would go with it, it's probably the more logical pathway. If we go with the update at this time, really the only other alternative, Mia, is to move forward without the update, recognizing that it's an update that would come in later. Those really are the two paths before us.
How does that, can you explain that a little more, the update that comes later?
Sure, and this will tie to probably the question about, I expect some folks may be asking the questions, maybe I can head off on, what about areas other than K and N? So under the CERCLA process, you always are going back every 5 years, remember, under CERCLA and saying, is this still working or is this doing what we expected? One of the fundamental questions you ask in that 5-year process is, have there been is there new information which affects our protectedness basis? Then you have something like this that says, okay, there's a potential change in the underpinning of the cleanup levels. That's a question you contemplate through the CERCLA 5-year process very intentionally. It can result in things like amendments to rods, changes to rods and things like that. So that is the other option, is to basically say, look, we have a very good update now that can go forward and do some things that affect some very important work, recognizing that the CERCLA 5-year process still provides a venue and an avenue. And we don't have to wait for the 5-year process. That just keeps an absolute, I'll say, gateway process on it that makes sure that it's not forgotten, but we can also do it independently of the CERCLA 5-year review process. Does that help?
Yeah, and then related, so the RFS addendum for, you talked about 100 and not having as big of an issue of hexavalent chromium, but it still has it. Is that going to need another addendum, or how do you work that in?
Potentially, the biggest reason why we potentially need an addendum is just so that we can maintain transparency. Because obviously not just say, hey, trust us, I kind of check the numbers on the side and I just tucked them in. It's just so that I have the documentation of it. If I'm lucky and it's a little more straightforward, it might be able to be documented at a lower level that can still be publicly available, but doesn't necessarily need the size of an addendum, I will say.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, Ed. Sure. Well, as I was trying to give before, I've always said that I'm a strategic thinker, so we have to start looking at better ways of conducting business. I know when I asked you about your comment, it's complicated. I've done groundwater monitoring myself for radio visualized. It's complicated, but it's not. They're subject matter experts. I would like for the agencies to explain to us why it takes so long, which, set yourself an internal 30-day clock or 60-day clock. These folks are spending a lot of money. We, as the funders for these folks, are very, very concerned about the loss of momentum to get things done. So my recommendation is that the HAB should probably send a letter out and look at the overall approach to the conduct of business for the Hanford site, including the regulatory basis. I hear you, you have some guidelines. I work for the Department of Energy, and I come back to my peers, and that was they would change the rules. State sets their own rules for this. Change them. Make it so that these people can make progress, timely manner. And so we can get this job done. We're we're out of time, and we're gonna be out of money. My company.
Thank you. We'll talk about whether we want to start an IMT during committee business, but that's how we would do it. All right, so we're adding Chris to the queue. Rebecca.
So my question is about record of decision. I heard you mention an addendum. So I'm wondering what the difference is between an addendum and an amendment.
So
and the process, the time process.
So an addendum is an addition to the remedial investigation feasibility study, whereas an amendment is a means to change a ROD. So different documents in terms of process. So I'm sure for everyone, process wise, your remedial investigation leads to your feasibility study, which is supported in your proposed plan, which leads to a ROD. Once you have a ROD, a final ROD, you have two different change vehicles. One of them is called an explanation of significant difference, which is for significant changes, and then for what we call fundamental changes, bigger changes, that's a ROD amendment. But any of my use of addendum was referring to an earlier step in the process for the supporting documents that lead to a ROD. Did that help?
It does. Typically, how long does it take for an amendment to be done to a ROD?
The amendment process itself isn't necessarily long. It's how long does it take for the underpinning to it, and it depends how complex it is. We've had amendments that we've worked on for a decade, getting to the right point because of the level of data collection and analysis needed. We've had amendments that have taken significantly less time. There's no specific time. It really depends on because that's a fundamental change, which could be a large one. That's really what drives it.
Well, and if I can just add on that for a second too, you're looking at amending a ROD that Jason alluded to, whether it's an explanation of significant difference or a ROD amendment. Those trigger different things as far as both require public notification and ESD requires information put into the administrative record. An amendment does trigger public comment. It triggers, a longer, what could be a longer process. And, the signatures have to go through a number of, through a chain of command. It's lengthy to do it. It takes some time to amend a ROD. Not nearly as long as the process of between proposed plan and finishing a ROD, but it does take a significant amount of time.
Thank you.
Yeah, Rob.
The RIFS that you're gonna have to perform, you're gonna have to collect a lot of data, correct?
Already have it.
You already have the data. So I'm saying, what I was wondering is, do you have the budget to do it?
In this case, yes, I do. So because I was planning, that's a great question. Remember that my planning from a project manager standpoint was my expectation when you looked at me last year, if I would have been this time last year, was I thought I was going to be getting to a ROD and thought I was going to be needing to implement it in a remedial action work plan. I thought I was going to need to go out and put it into play. So I have that budget for that piece such that if I have to do an update, it's a matter basically of using the same money for a little bit different trajectory. So I do have the budget for this on NNK. It's just a money movement question. But that's not new data collection, Rob. That's analysis of data that already collected under the programs.
We're in the process of preparing our priorities to Brian Vance for what we feel is necessary. One of our highlights is getting the rods for the 100 K and M. Is there a better way of reading, of asking for this than what we're doing? And Chris, there's got to be a better way of saying, get the rods done for the 100 areas. Is there not something else we could put in there about the planning and effort and that sort of thing as a priority?
Let's talk about that when we talk
Got
about this.
Got it.
So that'll be after the business part of the.
So the only thing that you're missing, your resource you have is time.
Correct. Depending on the pathway, it's just a time question.
You've got manpower, you've got budget, it's only time.
That's the nice thing.
So if we see a schedule, then that would have a date complete.
Correct.
What is that date?
Depends on which pathway we take.
And who's gonna make that decision?
The tri-party agencies in collaboration. So at Ecology, EPA, and DOE. And we're going to come forward with that. That is going to say, this is the option we've chosen to go with. And so it inherently has the choice of there could have been a different approach, but because a lot of that fundamentally lies too in policy for decision-making and the requirements for that, that's what will drive a lot of that decision.
I know getting my wife and myself to agree on a couple of things, is kind of difficult. Now you got 3 parties.
Yeah, and Jeff's
multiple.
difficult to work with.
I just don't know how you speed this up.
No, this is where I will pause for a minute and say that I really do appreciate the collaboration that on DOE's behalf that we have with Ecology on EPA on this. We can have very transparent discussions about very large challenges like that and what is in the best interest of the public, both in terms of protectiveness and in terms of fiscal responsibility. And those are conversations we're able to have very transparently. So this is a thank you to Kim, to Jeff, and to Roberto that we can have those and we can weigh those difficult decisions and try and choose the best path forward.
But with Rob, I'm gonna tag on you.
Yeah.
When do you anticipate having the material ready for the agencies to make a decision?
I think we basically have it now. At this point, we're just going through the process of basically respective management briefings and deciding how to move forward. So I think it's not a question of having the material available. It's just a question of getting to the decision point. And I think, Roberto, I don't want to put heat on anyone, but I think that's within a couple months time frame that we'll be at a final endpoint for how we move forward.
Yeah. Well, I just say we appreciate trying to get this done as soon as possible because we see it holding up a large section of what we want.
For sure. And obviously we will, so that there's no confusion. Like I say, we continue operating the remedial action program like the K pump and treat whatnot. I continue operating that under the existing interim action rod. So this isn't a place where there's ongoing work that's being directly impacted in the near term. In the longer term, like the decade long, it creates impacts because of uncertainty in your endpoint, but in the near term, it does not.
So, milestones. Are there any milestones associated with the final release for 100K and 100K?
Only in the sense of the major milestones, you know, the rods themselves do not have milestones, but they're, you know, at the end of the day, yes, they're them 1600, which is finish everything. So, but no, there's not a direct impact from this on any of like the interim milestones.
And then, I lost it. Come back around. Chris.
I just want to add a little bit to what Ed said about how do we do this fast with more of a sense of urgency, thinking strategically. When I was at Fernald, toward the end of the Fernald cleanup, our CEO at a public meeting said, the major product of this cleanup effort has been paper. And when you look at the circle process, the rapid process, the amount of paperwork that you have to produce is tremendous. All the different types of documents, the fact that they have to go through multiple drafts, multiple iterations of comment and response, the negotiations before comment and response. If the public is involved, public comments and responses to public, it's tremendous. And you look at the number of people working here at the Hanford site, there are probably more people involved with creating paperwork than there are actually involved in, say, pump and treat operations or sampling. And the cost is significant. So I think strategically, if we want to figure out how to get things done faster, we have to address in some way, shape, or form this paperwork process.
Can I ask you a question about law? Was that a self-regulated site or was it to do bills? One of the two was self-regulated.
It wasn't self-regulated. Okay. I tell you that.
Okay. One of them was.
Ohio EPA actually had a tent with cots on the site where they hung out 24/7.
That the last word?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a little time if anyone else wants to jump in too.
I just want to say something really quickly. I do not want to forget in the process, working with our tribal partners. You know, that is a huge part of how we move forward and the decisions that we make too. And, you know, there are differing opinions on approach from those partners as well. But I think it's very important that we mention that the involvement of our tribal partners is a big part of how we move forward in the circuit process as well.
Thanks. Thanks. My other last question I had was tangential. We mentioned the circle 5-year process. When and how can the HAB get involved in helping with that process or advising the TP agencies on some things that might be worth including or priorities on that type of thing?
Question clarification, do you mean the 5-year review?
Yeah, the circle 5-year review, sorry.
I would offer that the circle 5-year process really just barely begins in earnest next year. That's when we kind of start picking up the information. And I would suggest that from like a HAB work planning standpoint, just keep that on radar, Tom. And there's a point where early on in that is a request for process, you know, say, hey, please come explain the process. And then that gives you an ability to provide framing input into the agencies and things like that. Does that make sense?
And I'll just say one thing, because I appreciate it very much. DOE has already very early on initiated with our office meetings discussing how we're moving forward with the 5-year review. And we're going to be meeting at a very regular basis, meaning monthly. I think monthly. Cass and I in our office have been tapped as far as the team to look at the 5-year review. Roberto did it at the last 5-year review. And we're working with the team at DOE. And so there will be opportunities that we can collaborate, and we should be bringing that up, you know, at the next HAB meeting and when we meet and asking that same question. I don't know what that is yet. Again, we've had, I believe, one meeting to say, hey, let's set up a schedule on, but it's been very proactive and I appreciate it.
let me correct Tom, because I forgot it's January. Next year is this year.
My apologies, this year. And so, yeah, but it still is early yet.
Yeah.
And we have begun that process and I will be, and Cass as well, will be, coming to the hab and looking for opportunity.
Are you talking fiscal 25 or fiscal 26?
We will be doing the early kickoff stuff to really start to get things going from get the contract rolling at about June timeframe of this year. So this year, 2025 calendar year.
Okay. Anyone have any last questions before we go to break? Thank you again for making yourself available and having a dialogue. And your wealth of knowledge. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you all.
Thank you. Hear us yet again.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So really appreciate the discussion that happened. Seems like there's a couple pieces of potential advice or the manager teams that could start. And Ed isn't in the room right now, but the idea of looking at a holistic process optimization, I think would be a good way to talk about it. To streamline paperwork, basically. Might be an issue manager team that we want to start, but I'll wait for Ed to get back to that one. Is there anyone who has anything pressing they want to talk about in public forum? Any ideas? What's on your mind? I'll just wait back in. So we all, I don't know if you, on the rap sheet, you saw the draft proposed plan for the 324 building, amendment, broad amendment. I think I heard the COE yesterday that proposed plan is going to be going public in summer or late summer, early fall. Do we want to take the opportunity presented by that timeline to starting with the manager team on it now, since the draft proposed plan's out? So we can have our advice ready for the August board meeting. Anybody?
Say that's a good point.
Okay. So, let's start that issue management team. If anyone wants to join, first of all, does anyone want to lead it? 324, anyone want to lead an issue management here?
Say it again, what do you anticipate the issue management team doing?
Writing advice on the proposed plan for the 324 building, or the 300 area rod amendment for the 324 building. If there's advice to be written, I mean, it's 324 has been an important topic for the hab for some time.
Right.
Have they finalized what they're gonna do?
There's a draft proposed plan out.
Okay.
The final one comes out in August. Or sorry, late summer, early fall. That's not August, but could be August. So I was just, if we could get ahead of the curve and have maybe some background and some drafted advice points ready for when that comes out, then we can try to get the advice out during the comment periods. Yep.
Just clarification. So you're saying there's a draft proposed plan. Are you talking about the beacon focus feasibility study or the record of decision of interest?
So the process goes focus feasibility study, and in that same packet that sent out the focus feasibility study draft, there was a draft proposed plan.
Right.
And the proposed plan is what the public comment period will be on, and then the record of decision will be based on that.
Okay, so you're talking about the proposed plan this time. Okay, that's what I thought you were about. I wanted to
Right.
be sure.
And as Jason said, it's really a summary of the feasibility study.
Right.
Yeah.
So we would be looking at both of those documents in the advice. Well, I guess hearing no other people wanting to take the lead on it, I can do that. Anybody want to join the team? All right,
And Simone.
I'll join.
Excellent.
So we got some Simone, Mia, Chris.
I'd like to see the plan.
And Rebecca.
It's, you get on the half.
It's on the rap sheet as well.
Okay. I'll look it up.
Do you want to be a part of the team?
No, you got mine. Thank you.
Okay. So who do we have?
So we have you leading, there's Simone, Mia, Chris, and Rebecca. Sure. Anyone else? Room or online?
Okay,
Yes.
progress.
If I have comments when I read the plan, I'll join.
Sounds good, yeah. I mean, it seemed, from my personal perspective, it seems pretty intuitive, what they were talking about, but, yeah. Then the other thing, was the circle 5-year review, which is on the radar, but not necessarily an issue manager team yet. Is that
Yeah, I really wouldn't even know, at this point, even know what to ask, right? Again, we've met with DOE and, are just kind of planning that path forward, so I wouldn't even know how to engage that, but I do think that maybe by the time, well, I think soon, the next couple of months, especially keeping that in mind, as far as top of mind, of keeping that they ask here to help us, with how we might provide advice or something, it's something that we can. And work was done.
Yeah, and one thing I also wanted to add that didn't occur to me earlier is that the Circle 5-year review also has a community involvement component. That includes interviews conducted by the lead agency, which would be DOE. They're here now, but and also they're both members.
So is that something that maybe we could get a primer on in committee week in March?
Yes, the first week.
Yeah.
We can start asking some questions, because there's some specific things that we're gonna need to address this year. That I believe there will be stuff to discuss.
Okay. I'd like to have Ed describe his request for a ham letter, and get an issue manager team going there too, because that seems like there's some energy.
Fill the time till I get back in. What do you see as the path forward through the 324 item change? Let's start with a meeting or some draft advice?
So, current homework is for those of you who volunteered to read the proposed plan and, bring questions. We'll set a meeting for it. Probably after the February board meeting.
So I was playing with the idea of potentially us having that room available for IM teams to meet afterwards, if there were any.
Okay,
Would that be too soon?
I mean, that's like 2 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, 3 weeks away.
Or
Or
we could have a book club, at it. So, yeah, we'll have a informal conversation, on those documents after the next board meeting. Okay. So, I was wondering if you could talk more about your idea for a letter, I guess, an overhaul of the entire process of developing cleanup strategies.
Yeah, we can do a letter and, we were talking yesterday, we kind of, and rightly so, you had some good points about this safety culture and all that. So I think we'll talk about that when we get to changing safety culture.
Get to the cleanup priorities.
Yeah, for priorities, I'm sorry, thank you. So the bottom is when there's somebody on the outside looking in this meeting, hearing these things, Chris was right, we probably have more people working on paperwork than we do on actual shoveling the ground work.
At least in the central plateau on the report, that doesn't really apply to WTP or the tank farms. At least right now.
It's a very good point, that's what you were saying. So I believe that the HAB could maybe take a more strategic approach that says we're bottleneck, we're slow, we're unresponsive. I mean, I don't know what the right words are, but it's just the entire process front to back, from concept of a risk issue to taking action to get that risk issue completed is laborious. Maybe that's the right word. So maybe we need to take some real hard lookers advice, and some real hard looks need to be done to maybe get this thing a more streamlined, more cost effective, more timely. And that's my idea of a recommendation that we put out to the three organizations.
Yeah, okay, here's the big question. Are you interested in leading the issue manager team?
I'm sorry?
Are you interested in serving as the issue manager team leader? Okay. So let's come up with like a title for it. Is it optimization of the cleanup approval process, or the
I think it's bigger.
Okay,
maybe I didn't focus on that.
Yeah.
I think there's more to it.
Side up.
Yeah.
Clarifying question from EPA.
And would it be helpful to you if we, to understand the type of the circular process for developing, we've talked about things like RIFSs, and we've talked about rods and inter-rods and amendments and addendums. Would it be helpful to understand that process?
I would ask to have board itself, would they like to see that, not just me.
Well, you brought up the question, and I guess what I'm saying is that as an issue manager, I'm willing to help with understanding that process, because, you know, I feel exactly the same way you do, right? Like I would love Hanford cleanup to go a lot faster. And as part of the bureaucracy, you know, I'm willing to work with the HAB as a whole, or as the issue management team, to provide clarification on what that strategy is and what that legal framework is, and what some of the constraints are in that process for each identified operable units and ones that haven't even started yet. And so I'm willing to do that if that helps you understand.
Well, I would be on the chair here.
And I kind of want to clarify, you're talking more about the CERCLA
Right.
chunk.
That's all I am.
Okay, you're talking, I'm hearing you talk about that site, big picture.
Big picture.
You're talking big picture, entire site.
Maybe
And those are two different,
That's
that
exactly
you're a
right.
subset of what he's.
You're exactly right. And that brings up something that is kind of confusing for folks. And that's regarding the holistic negotiations. And I'll use that as an example. Our office, the EPA Circle office, was really not a part of that very secretive, you know, for many years, that holistic negotiation process that was taken a long period of time. That's not to say that Dave Enan wasn't involved in some capacity in that, but I had no idea and was not privy to any idea of how, and that took a long time. But Sue's absolutely right. When we're talking about today, like the presentation that we gave today regarding operable units and groundwater, that's all CERCLA. The tank farm processes and the WTP processes and getting tank waste from these tanks and getting them vitrified is largely a RCRA process. And so maybe it's an understanding of both, you know, and it's a lot, understanding both the RCRA and CERCLA processes and where they lie and interact. Yeah.
And maybe it's administrative optimization, or optimization of administration across the site.
Perhaps going.
It's not a bad way.
Before we go too far, Kelly would like to ask a question. And we have Chris and Rob.
Just a comment. I see what you guys are doing here, and you absolutely have great ideas about, you know, looking into optimizing existing processes. I just want to make sure that we put it in the parameters of the reality that CERCLA and RCRA are not DOE laws. They are larger laws and regulations and orders and all of the various things that fall within them that really can't be changed. And so when you continue the conversation and you delve in this, I don't want anybody to be under the impression that there's really an opportunity to make a change there. There are opportunities to make changes on how the individual local offices do work related and fit within those guiding documents that we must follow. But looking at things from an educational standpoint from CERCLA and RCRA is completely a great idea. Absolutely make sure everybody understands what's required and really what's non-negotiable. And then look, you know, in between those non-negotiables to see what is negotiable and how those little subsets within can be optimized. But I don't want to set anybody up for a letter saying thank you, but we can't do anything with your suggestion because it was specific to changing CERCLA or specific to changing RCRA, which we can't do. So just want to put that little bit in there because I don't want volunteers to waste their time.
So I will challenge that thought process a little bit because it's up to us. If there is a need to change in a regulatory approach to doing business, if it's not just for us internally, nothing says we shouldn't go to Congress or to the regulatory agency at the headquarters level and say, hey, this is what is binding us up because everybody's following the law. You can change. I've done it before myself. Regulation wasn't appropriate. It's extremely painful to go do it, but I agree with you in general principle for us to attack that. Just a simple letter for the HAB is probably not appropriate. But let's not forget those regulators ultimately have a responsibility for the public, which we represent, to make sure things are optimized is maybe the good word. So yes, you're right with your statement, but it's not a hard, we think something needs to be changed in the overall approach of CERCLA or RCRA or Atomic Energy Act. You know, we have the power. We're the public. We can tell them this is what's happening. And we do that with an agreement through all the current regulators. So thank you for that comment. But I also want to say it's not hardcore. We can take the initiative if things are just not working for us. Whatever it is.
An initiative as an individual, but as a HAB member and representing the HAB, you cannot write to a congressional with a HAB letterhead. You cannot make recommendations to congressionals from a HAB perspective. This board is only chartered to make recommendations to the Department of Energy and through the MOU, the other tri-party agencies. You cannot go outside of that or you are jeopardizing your charter. So if you want to go to congressionals or elected officials, you can absolutely do that as an individual, but you are not chartered to do that as a board, and it could put the charter in jeopardy. And I don't want to see that happen because this is a very useful board.
The first step is to have the conversation amongst the IM team, figure out if there's anything we have consensus on, first of all.
Right.
And then we would make the check to see whether the consensus that we're approaching would be something that fits within the bounds of the EMSSAB charter and the HAB operating ground rules and what's in our lane. We do carbon copy Washington and Oregon's congressional delegations on all of our advice, but they're not the recipients of the advice.
Right.
So that's the clarifying there. Are we good on that part? We good. Okay. Rob.
I think in lines with this, and I may help you, is that we received the system plan here this last year on 25th of March or something. And we've been going through it. And, you know, with the completion of the holistic negotiations, it's a dead document. The milestones need to be changed. There's just dozens of changes to the end. The system plan's not working. And it's really difficult for us and this IM team to rationalize how we can continue to support that. It doesn't give us a system. The system plan is supposed to be a logical path to success. What are we going to do in this? Not give tons of options. The system plan we had options.
Yeah.
Who's going to choose those options? Let's choose them before you issue the document. Let's figure out what the path is, and then we can all support it. But when we end up with 6 to 8 different paths, what are we going to support? So maybe in light of your letter, can be using the system plan as an example, the total waste of a waste of time, because the holistics have now changed the rules.
So it's some kind of optimization or streamlining, and we need to figure out what we are optimizing and streamlining, so we have sort of a one sentence elevator pitch, so people can join the team and we can start the process.
Okay.
So, think on that.
I have Hanford site optimization.
Okay.
Or, you know, that's Stein's right.
Okay, so Hanford site optimization could be our working title. It seems like it might be not entirely the purview of the CaRM. Maybe it's sponsored by the executive steering committee because it is a cross-cutting topic. But yeah, let's start that team.
Do you have a question before we, or comment?
Here's an example of, it's a down in the weeds example, but it's also an example of how we could recommend something to optimize an approach. We must have 50, somewhere between 50 and 100 sampling and analysis plans. I mean, we spend a tremendous amount of time on site writing sampling and analysis plans. I would say probably 50% of those are just boilerplate. Maybe more than 50%. So no reason we couldn't have one standard boilerplate document that's just referenced without the need to have somebody go through and write that all again, have it reviewed all again. And you could probably make the same thing for almost every kind of document we produce. There's
Plug-in approach.
A fair bit of boilerplate. And that's a good term. We could recommend a plug-in approach for document. I'm not saying how to do it, but we are recommending a way to streamline. And I think there's probably a lot of examples like that. And when you take them together, we could then upgrade, summarize those in a way that would affect the Hanford site as some kind of strategic initiative that would meet what you want to do.
Sounds like Chris just joined the IM team.
Yeah, so if you can take your specific example and then probably hundreds and hundreds of other like examples of how can we make this more efficient approach to do
Yeah.
business.
All right, so we've got an issue manager team started. Rob and Chris joined.
Okay.
I heard that, yeah.
Well,
Anyone else? Mia? I'll join them because I like joining things. Okay.
What do you see as the path forward for this team? Does it need to begin with like an educational briefing? Does it begin with a brainstorm session of what we need to know to progress? Something else?
Let's, can I speak here? Let's do that at the ESC meeting.
Yeah, we'll start that.
Yeah, let's start that.
ESC will officially sponsor it, so yeah.
Yeah.
It's your call.
And I just want to reiterate too, that Sue makes a very good point, you know, that we're dealing with different regulatory, frameworks. And we're also dealing with internal Hanford culture, and how contractors conduct everything. So it gets very nuanced and it's very complicated, and you know, we're willing to help out where we can in the circular realm, and maybe find some resources, maybe in RECRA, and have someone speak from like Michelle Mullins, who's involved in RECRA on site to help educate. But it's a big sticky wicket.
And maybe we poll other sites that have been successful and very efficient. I think that.
Which one is that?
So Duca for one.
Okay, did you work at?
No, I didn't. Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to take the last 2 minutes we have in this agenda's topic to talk about our March meetings agenda. EPA is potentially able to provide a overview of the circle 5-year process.
Yeah, with 5-year review.
5-year review process, yeah. So that would be a nice one. What else is right? Agencies. DOE.
That's on the work plan.
So there was a previous request, regarding the iodine technical practicability study, is that something we still want to pursue?
That would be good.
Iodine what?
Technical and practicability. So there's I don't want to get into details because I only have a minute before we talk about the cleanup priorities. But there's a drinking water variance proposed for the Central Plateau to the iodine underherd. So that was just what it was.
Okay, want me to read off the information,
Yeah.
the stuff under CaRM? All right, you got groundwater, which included rebound studies in river corridor, groundwater remediation in 100D and H, 61811, enhanced monitoring evaluations, and 300 area community sequestration. Was that all covered this morning?
No.
Okay. 324 building, K Basin, west of waste encapsulation and storage facility, 200 IA1 feasibility study, transuranic waste certification, canyons and removal actions, the Beto zone study, and central plateau characterization. And that's all as informational briefings.
Yeah.
Then you also have PFAS status and 100K and area proposed plans, which we did today.
Okay, so agency homework, tell us what's right for those. And we'll try to get 2 or 3 topics, maybe 3 total, including the certified year review process.
And we should have some feedback information coming in the next couple of weeks too, so it's a good one to look at the time.
All right.
Okay, it's worth noting that there's a short unusual turnaround time, or we're probably want the agendas in circulation the same week as the board meeting.
Okay. So I guess we'll work with our new GDFO in the coming weeks and get everything socialized. With that, I think we're a minute late, but sorry, Chris. We'll pass it over to our IM team lead for the cleanup priorities advice for fiscal year 2027. This is a joint topic between CaRM and the tanks committee to get our input. Chris, floor is yours.
Yesterday, we discussed the 2027 advice draft with the LIDs and the code committees. And there were several comments and edits and thoughts that came out of that. These are not reflected in the handouts that are on the table. So when we go through the draft advice, where there were edits or comments yesterday, I'll articulate them so that everybody's aware. One of the main, and I'm not sure, I asked Jeff if he could stay over a little bit. And I didn't get a chance to ask Roberto the same thing, but I wanted to jump to one thing, one item that each of these EPA regulators are involved with. And I'd like to skip to the 100K and 100N records of decision, but maybe this has already been answered by Jason Kaplan. And there's no need to hold up. What your copy says, implement the remedies specified by the records of decision for the 100K and 100N areas, assuming the records of decision are finalized by 2027. What came out of discussion yesterday was to remove the by 2027 and just say, assuming the records of decision are finalized. What Jason said is he thinks that N will be finalized by 2027, but maybe not for K, given possible changes to cleanup levels based upon recent EPA risk information that's in their high-risk database. But I'd like to open this one thing up for discussion again. Maybe Roberto and Jeff can chime in on that. 2027 finalization realistic, what Jason said?
I'll speak to 100N. So internally for myself, I did some homework and created a schedule that looks at all the briefings and all the timelines for that begins with a proposed plan and ends with the signing of a ROD. And I did some interviews and created a little Excel tracking graph for myself, so that I would know that once we received a proposed plan that we can work with, how long. Now, it's a lot of time and there's a lot of variables, and I made some assumptions within that timeline. But it does give me, personally, I feel it gives me a little bit more of a resolution on when we should be able to have a signature on a ROD once we have a proposed plan that we can move forward with. If we were to have had a proposed plan, and according to, so this is Jeff opinion space. If we were to have a proposed plan, let's say, today, that plan would show that it would probably be, January, February, March of 2027, that we would look at having a signature on a ROD. So I think hearing Jason today, I think he is right that, we can, possibly, have a record of decision signed in 2027 that is dependent upon when we have a proposed plan that we can move forward to public comment and consultation and move forward with on end. But right now it's at the beginning, the first calendar quarter of 2027. Should we get that in the next, 30 days, let's say. And it's a lot of that. I need to frame this. A lot of it is speculative. And it's a lot of it's just Jeff trying to figure out how long these briefings take and who we need to brief through within our region and who we need to brief through our headquarters before leading to, as it stands right now, a signature from I think it's Owen. I don't even really know who the final signature used to be. When we did BC, for instance, and BP 5P01, it was the administrator of the EPA that had to sign off on those records of decisions. That's not the case anymore. And that even brings into, politically speaking, with the new folks coming in, that there's a lot that's unknown. But I will say that I feel fairly confident in hearing Jason too, that if we do get a proposed plan that we can work with, that sometime within the calendar year of 2027, we should be able to have a signature on a ROD for N. I go out on a limb a little bit because there's a lot of variables, but it seems reasonable to me. And I would say this, I would love it if we could reach that goal.
Roberto, thoughts on K?
So for wanted K to repeat or reiterate what Jason said, like Undernet is gonna be working a lot faster because there's less prone to, that's small over Undernet. 100K, different story, different site. At this moment, the timeline, from my internal opinion, is very speculative. It's hard to give a definitive or even tentative timeline of the calendar year when it would be signed, but it won't be 27. Hard to tell right now. I wish I could give more definitive, but I can't.
So can we split them? I mean, right now, we're saying the two together in the statements. So can we split this? So for one thing, for K, this, and for N, this.
We could. I think our stretch goal as the HAB might want to be finalize the RODs in 27, both of them. That's the stretch goal.
Okay, let's come back and when we hit that. I think what we've done is we've heard from Jeff and Roberto. So we can all remember that. So I'd like to go back now and start at the beginning of the table.
Okay.
And when we hit this, then we can talk about what we want to do with it.
That works.
Will you be asked for that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, EPA.
Absolutely.
Okay, Roberto, now you can split. I mean, unless you want to stick around, you're all.
I would love to, but
We're going to lunch at the Thai place in Uptown, Espada.
oh, that sounds good. I would love to be there. I can't.
Okay.
Okay. Going back to the advice. What we're not going to do today is try and wordsmith any of the text above the table. with one possible exception, and I'll get to that a little bit later. The IM team has first shot at that. What I do want to do is get input from TWST and CaRM about entries into the table itself and wordsmithing those entries in the table. Coming out of today, I'd like to think that between comments from yesterday and comments from today, I could put out a finalized version of the table. A lot of the text was boilerplate, as I mentioned yesterday, from last year's approved advice. So I wouldn't anticipate a lot of wordsmithing on that. We did a lot last year. The table structure kind of follows pretty much, at least partially much, along DOE's 5-year plan. The subdivisions in the table you can find in DOE's 5-year plan. The entries in the table, some of them are in the 5-year plan. Some of them we feel, as our constituencies and ourselves, are important and are not in the 5-year plan. But we feel we need to apprise the TPA agencies of what's important to us and our constituencies, irrespective of the 5-year plan. So starting with the table, core operations. Now, there was a fair bit of discussion on entries on core operations yesterday. And the most extensive changes to the table and one part of the text involve core operations, in particular safety. So starting out with C-A operations safety, we have evaluate whether additional props and mock-ups at the Hammer facility would be beneficial to maintaining and improving site safety. The lids in particular suggest we really need to reconsider the wording of this. And are we stressing safety or are we stressing Hammer?
And stressing widgets at Hammer.
Right, stressing widgets at Hammer. So I'd like to open this particular item up for discussion.
Yeah.
Sue, you had thoughts, Ed, you had thoughts. Becky, you had thoughts. So
I can give the frame, the basis for it, because it was my words in the first place.
right.
When we did our site tour, we went to Hammer and saw that, there's a lot of really useful props for training nationwide, not just Hanford stuff. But they were built when they were built, and they haven't necessarily been refurbished completely and just in addition, so maintenance as opposed to in addition to maybe new ones. So just taking a look and trying to give some support to Hammer, because there's good work that happens there and they don't always get, our attention in our advice. So that's why I added it. I'm not, I fully accept any edits or anything. That was the basis for it. So whatever tweaks or deletion, feel free to discuss, but yeah.
I felt like how you just said, it put more focus on the Hammer facility itself rather than, we have several different kinds of mock-ups across the site. The 324 building has its own mock-up. There's a mock-up at FMEF, at FFTF, where work is being done there also. So I feel like they put a lot of the focus on the Hammer facility, and I feel like if we just took the Hammer facility out of it, just said, mock-ups, and those are all good things. Those are all great things to have. But I feel like we're emphasizing the Hammer facility.
And Rob pointed out that the WTP and tank farms do their own place.
It's out by the Hammer facility.
Right.
It's
Basically across the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, so either remove Hammer or add the other locations as well.
Well, and I had trouble with the widgets because it's so far into the weeds.
Yeah.
Are we more interested in them evaluating their programs and processes? As opposed to the widgets. I'm having heartburn with the widgets. So because that's so far into the weeds for something like this.
So let me butt in now. And then we'll go to you, Tom.
Okay.
And this is why this is why Ed had proposed a new entry into the core operations table. And the day before I talked yesterday, and so it didn't get into any of the output here. But we did add it yesterday, and what Ed had suggested is this: culture. Perform an independent safety culture review to provide feedback on the effectiveness of the current state of overall Hanford safety culture. This review should include the involved Department of Energy, Washington State of Ecology and Environmental Protection Agency officer. So that was Ed's suggestion, as opposed to maybe C-A.
But you also read off some words that were original words that were up in the paragraph that talked about operations and safety and culture and all that stuff.
Okay.
Which was broader than Hammer.
What we have for CA is not actually what Tom originally proposed. Tom originally proposed emphasizing operation safety. And we decided in the IM team to move that up into the text. So here's what we have. Here's what we moved to the extent to the text. Extend the use of Hammer facility to emphasize operation safety and communicate to the Hanford workforce and to the public how the safety culture of the site will be maintained and expanded as work continues to transition into an operations mode. So we eliminated under the discussion yesterday, extend the use of the Hammer facility, and it just starts with emphasize.
Okay.
But all these are related.
And my own suggestion, listening to the subcommittee yesterday, I realized they were making good points, but I still think, the thing what we really are interested in, not safety culture, but corporate culture, which safety culture is a good indicator of corporate culture, but it's not to itself. So from core operations, and it also segues into the suggestion that I'll be putting together is that looking at the corporate cultures of all of the organizations involved, and even our own, and do that independently will help push the concept of we got to do better, cheaper, smarter. So I think corporate culture is better than safety culture because it doesn't, well, you got safety and you got operations. I heard that one argument. It's not really true. But if we talk about corporate culture, then I think that's more.
Safety culture would be a subset.
Subset of that. And the approach is the same. When you look at corporate culture or safety culture, values, behaviors, but we can spread that out a little bit. And my recommendation also, the independency culture evaluations is a highly specialized skill, not an audit, it's not a review. There's only like 3 organizations in the United States that I know of that really are good at that. If I have a certificate in culture evaluations, I would never put myself in that position and say, yeah, I can go do this. I've done them. So are you want to see David still?
Yeah. Well, I like the rewording of the CX, except instead of the DOE culture, we're talking about DOE contractor culture.
Both.
All 5.
Well, because remember, DOE's got their QA document that says everybody working for us has got to follow these rules.
That's not
okay.
Culture evaluation.
But then the contractors have to develop their safety programs around that document. Okay, and that's what we're really asking is.
No, we're not.
You're not?
We're not. I'm not asking that. I'm asking for higher than that. If you're a manager.
Well, you don't get much higher than that.
Oh, yes.
Yes, he can.
Oh,
Like,
But business perspective, he can't.
okay. So your behaviors, which is developed out of your culture and find is, what do you do if you're all left alone and you've got 2 choices? One's your advantage versus the company. The values of a company are, what do they stand for? When that president of that company comes in and says, this is how we're going to Hey,
That's the company, that's the contractor. That's what I'm addressing. It's the-
COE does their own right now. It's not a very good one. It is above that. I'll be glad to, we'll talk.
Well, I'm just saying, it's, yeah, it's
Okay.
for a
What
reason.
do we want to put down here? DOE and prime contractor culture review? DOE and
Everybody,
subcontract?
a Hanford site.
Right.
Review.
Can I just throw something out there? The contractors across the site all have EPP assessments that are done in order to look at the safety culture. Every contractor on the site does, because they're all aiming to get the DOE star status, right? And there's certain elements that have to be met in order for that star status to be given to the contractors. I know that CPC Co. right now, this fiscal year, will be going through all of that VPP process and doing that internal review within the company, and so do the other contractors. So what are we asking for above and beyond what the contractors are already doing?
You make your point. The VPP is a huge input in evaluating culture, but it's above and beyond that. How does the executive management model the expectations of their workforce? What behaviors are set down? How do they represent themselves to the company, to their customers, DOE? So it's, as I said, it's a tough thing to do, but it yields so many results. I'll give you one example. One of the prior contractors was having problems with too many people filing complaints about the work going on. To his own value, he said, I'm going to do all the investigations myself. That is an indication of the corporate culture, company culture, that other companies will go, we'll just go fix it. You know, he was one out of a dozen. So again, that's why I say, I've been trained in it. I'm not qualified for it. So you need to go find somebody independently that is not influenced by their positions in the Hanford activities that can do and look at that. I mean, I know one company that does hospitals, and it's really hard. So that's my suggestion. You guys.
We need to move on this.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we won't get anywhere near done.
Thank you.
Looking at other items. How do we want to word this?
I have potential reword for CA, and I think CX actually could roll into the new IM team because it needs a lot of background to explain it for just one bullet.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
I kind of see it as a parallel.
Yeah.
This initiates it, and then we have so we say this is critical thinking to us.
So my alternate CA is evaluate processes that can be made safer and more effective through development of mockups
All we care about is mockups.
or training tools.
Training tools is more general.
Yeah. Yeah.
Delete all the rest.
How does everybody feel about that?
Still have trouble with the widgets down in the weeds.
And I look at it as, these are critical cleanup priorities. It's something we want, but is it a critical priority?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm still caught up in the widgets. We're down in the weeds in the widgets. Does it meet that threshold of this is key work we want the site to focus on?
What can you live with it?
I have trouble living with it.
Okay.
Because I think
Yeah.
especially being the first thing, I think because it just kind of starts off with something trivial in comparison to get the 324 building done.
We could put the core operations at the end and then it would be first. But yeah, if you can't live with it.
You follow what I'm saying.
Don't have
It's
consensus.
just like, you put that next to clean up the 324 building.
Yep.
And those are two completely different levels of
But at the
importance.
same token, if you don't have the mock-ups, if you don't have the training.
No, I totally agree, it's important, but
Right.
And it isn't a critical thing, you know, that we want the site to focus on.
That's the way it works though, is if you can't live with it, it's gone. So,
What you're really saying is it critical to go above and beyond what the site is already doing?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
okay,
Because I would expect that they should already be doing that.
just we move down to,
Yeah, so we're gonna eliminate that then. Then on P dash X,
You speak that Peter. Second.
For old eyes.
Yeah.
Do what I can.
C dash X, is this something that should be rolled into Ed's IMT?
And pulled out of this.
When
for
we,
the time
yeah,
being.
when we talk overall, culture has to be part of what your IM team will address, I think, Ed.
Well, yes and no. I think this is, let's call it the shot across the bow, that we're really concerned strategically of how the conduct of business is. One of the first indicators is corporate culture.
so the consensus process is, I understand it. I support it, or I can live with it. Is that the 3 questions we have to ask? And I feel like in order to have had members as a whole understand that bullet, we would need a couple paragraphs in the background.
Yeah.
And started. Yeah, okay.
I can't.
So,
Yeah.
we don't have consensus on that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So it could go in this next year's cleanup advice when we've had a chance.
Or a separate piece of it.
Or a separate piece.
okay, now we're down to CB, public involvement. Respond to and publish any comment received during a public comment or feedback period. Okay, and you can see the change that we made yesterday. We eliminated the second sentence there.
Okay, so,
You moved
all right.
it.
Can't say because the.
There it is.
Mia, this is
Okay.
yours.
All right, I want to go back to the during a public comment or feedback period. What about comments that they receive, such as advice?
Well, they already do that. They
Well,
are.
they're because they're required
They're
to,
required to.
but there are things that they are not required to.
Right, and that's,
And, you know, that's the piece that, you know, again, people provide comments and you don't get a response. It sends a bad message.
right.
I think what's kind of throwing me is this core operations item in itself. I'm not quite sure I understand what that means. So kind of hard to do.
It's miscellaneous now.
It's a miscellaneous category.
For
That was
operations
a better description.
is
Okay.
safely, securely, and compliantly manage Hanford's critical resources efficiently, including improving infrastructure to reliably sustain the Hanford cleanup mission, maintain safeguards and security for the Hanford site. That's what DOE defines as core operations.
That does become public involvement.
And we added core operations last year, and we had at least 1 or 2 things that met that.
Yeah.
But that's how DOE defines core operations.
But now that core operations category doesn't have anything associated with those words, because it's all public engagement and involvement. So maybe we change the header on this one,
Do public engagement.
public engagement. and-
One about mock-ups could go down into the very end,
The one about markups, Susan did look at, so we got rid of.
down to site infrastructure.
Okay, if we change the heading, subheading here to public engagements, are there any problems with words for public involvement?
Well, you could change it to respond to comments or something like that.
Is there a response from DOE?
Yes, there was.
It said, we're not required to do, we're not gonna do.
It said, we're not gonna commit to doing anything that we're not legally required to do, and that was response, and we're good, yeah.
Why did they say? That's the culture.
Right. Okay,
So that's why I said that, you know, I would like to just say, respond to and publish any comments received. Period.
if someone just sends a random email to Ask Energy, about the price of cod in Maine, that's a comment.
But that's also an easy thing to respond to. Sorry, it's not,
That would be-
thank you for your
That would
comment.
be a full-time job of someone, just to answer, it's type of
Oh,
thing.
Chris, could you read that definition again? Please?
You can see up there,
No, the definition.
No, the definition is a core operation.
okay, in the 5-year plan, it has a series of things up here, core operations. Safely, securely, and compliantly manage, in bold letters, Hanford's critical resources efficiently, including improving infrastructure to reliably sustain the Hanford cleanup mission, maintain safeguards and security for the Hanford site.
Thank you. Now I see. For what?
Can we live with CB and CC? That's good.
I can live with it, but I'm not happy with it.
Okay, there's room for wordsmithing later. And we get
Because I think that in interest of transparency and being an open organization, if you provide a public comment period or you ask for comments, you should at least acknowledge them with a thank you for your comment and stop there. And it doesn't have to be painful and arduous. The old school of writing thank you notes
Right.
out of respect to people should.
There's a bunch of those on the administrative record. Thank you for your comment from Des Spawn. Yeah,
So if you can live with it, that's good.
we can wordsmith it in other subsequent years.
And then the last one here, this was proposed by Rob. Regularly schedule opportunities for the TPA agencies to provide education and meaningfully engage in dialogue with the public.
That's nice.
And I'm wondering if this isn't already done. I know we've heard from Ryan.
Ryan has a very active public engagement.
Yeah, certainly Ecology does that.
I don't think reinforcing it is
Right.
a problem.
Yeah,
I think it would be already done, but we're saying it's a
we
priority.
can always do more. Okay,
Going on to tank waste treatment mission, WT-A, maintain 24/7 tank waste vitrification operations with a goal of safely optimizing throughput. There's no comment on this yesterday, and this was reworded slightly. The wording you see here came out of the IM team call. The second one was supernatant cross-site transfer line, complete design and initiate construction repairs updates, whichever comes out of the design, to cross-site supernatant transfer line to comply with milestone M-042-03 by 2030. And there was no discussion on this yesterday. Going down,
The only other one that was in a previous draft that was, maintain the TSPR, feed in order to allow DFLA to run. Remember, that was one I put in at the beginning.
are we gonna be on AMPS by 27 though, instead of TISPR?
AMPS is for the other side.
No, that's warm.
Well, AMPS is it's a modular unit that can be placed there or there.
Rob, what you had got down into the weeds in a specific milestone, in the consent decree.
Yeah, I had the milestone listed in my comments, but no, I'm good with what it says here. These two are very simple, straightforward. It's fine. I was just asking if folks wanted to, because DFLA can't run without TSPR.
What about continue to operate TISPR/AMPS to support DFLAW operation?
Sure.
Cancel
I
that.
don't know if AMPS will be done by then.
Right, but that way they're not gonna say, oh, they wouldn't say, oh, TISPR's gone, we can't do that.
Yeah, okay, good.
I think that would actually fall under the subheading of maintain 24 tank waste vitrification operations. I mean, Tisker, you can't maintain tank waste operations
What if we call
without
it,
that,
if we call it tank waste
or
treatment?
tank waste vitrification operations.
The only reason why I suggest that in the first place was because there are two different organizations. One doing the glass making, the other doing the cleanup of Tisker. They're not the same company.
By then, they will be.
They're not now.
They will be,
will
once,
be under
once
new
how
contract.
the commissioning happens, that's gonna be the same company. That's the new.
That's right.
Well,
Yeah,
All operations will be handled under the new contract. Same company.
beginning.
operations is a big term, okay? I'm not gonna dispute that, but operations are occurring in our area.
Same company will handle tank farms and will handle everything to do with vitrification. The only thing it won't do is be involved in the design of the high level waste. That will still be Bechtel.
Yeah.
But everything else will be handled by the same contractor.
That's what the sign can do. And ultimately, the high level waste, once it gets resolved, will probably roll right into the existing. So that all from tanks to glass.
So,
Or ground.
under WTA, what if we added a second sentence that said, continue Tisker/AMPS treatment missions?
Amps.
The Tisker replacement.
Is that level of detail?
Pre-treatment system.
The amps is what hasn't been built yet.
Yeah, it's the advanced modular pretreatment
Oh,
system. Correct.
That's something that will, I think we're getting too far down the weeds.
That's why it says that's a level of detail that we really need.
yeah, because I think the 24/7 vitrification operation includes the Tisker.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
if the Tisker's not running, they're not center waste.
Well, can you live without having Tisker in there?
Oh, yeah, we, and before, I was just saying, this is what we had to begin with in there about. And, honestly, I was not clear that all of the Tisker operations, including amps, would be done by the contractor of the WTP.
We're able to glass all in one house.
Okay, Chris, you got 15 minutes.
Moving ahead, 324 building. This is how it's rewarded coming out of the committees yesterday. Assuming the record of decision amendment is completed, implement the 300-296 fill remediation and monitor downgrading groundwater for cesium and francium.
I would just say that it sounds like we're waiting for the record of decision amendment in order to do the downgradient, the monitoring of the groundwater, which we're already doing.
We could say and continue to monitor.
Continue, I would say continue, because that's happening right now, unless I'm wrong about that.
Good point.
Groundwater protection, accelerate groundwater remediation efforts in the river corridor and central plateau through source reduction by enhancing the efficiency and throughput of extraction well networks and pump and treat facilities in accordance with the M-024 series of milestones. There was no discussion on this yesterday, and there was no discussion on the IMT. And it sounds like from what we heard this morning that DOE committed to doing the same thing. And the college is on board too. And the college is right. Now we get down to 100K and 100N records of decision.
Finalize the record of decision for 100K and 100N. Period.
Okay.
Then you don't need.
Short and sweet, good.
Well, wait a minute.
Anything else?
One is finalize the paperwork. The second statement is implement the paperwork. So you could shorten the second sentence by saying just.
The second sentence is gone. The second sentence was gone.
That we're not implementing.
So nothing is going to be implemented in 27. for either one of them.
What if, all right, so
That's-
finalize the records decision for 100K in, comma, while continuing cleanup activities in those areas.
I don't think that was the original thought.
Becky, you work in 324, right?
Uh-huh.
Are they gradually, despite whatever he says, remediating that building by taking things out that fall under the D4 activities? Kind of,
Yeah, they just finished up with the low hanging fruit, like the asbestos. We've done a bunch of asbestos abatement stuff.
so if we say continue to, that won't be falsehood.
Right. No, I mean, they are getting, they're doing what they can within their scope of work right now. Waiting for the future decisions to be made. So, yeah, they're doing, I would say continue to be fine.
And there's interim runs for 100K and 100M, so there already is something that they can work from.
And I got the feeling from listening to Roberto, this isn't gonna be done.
It's a stretch goal, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so
Leave it simple.
Yeah.
how do you want to reword this in, Tom? Yeah, finalize
I think what's there, but
finalize records of decision and,
while continuing cleanup, it's on the screen.
Continuing cleanup activities in those areas. I think that sounds good.
okay. Is that all right with everybody? And then the last site, waste site characterization. We changed this a little bit out of the IM team, but otherwise there was minimal discussion on it, and there was no discussion on it yesterday. That gets us down to waste management. Accelerate, continue the certification of true waste to enable full-scale shipment of true waste to the waste isolation pilot plant in FY 2028. There was no discussion on this yesterday, and I don't believe there's any in the IMT.
We should do some wordsmithing to get rid of the second true waste, and it should be true/M.
True/M everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, do that, delete that, that works. And then the sub, in the bold, it should be true/M, use true/M as well.
right.
Yeah, that elsewhere in the document as well.
The waste encapsulation storage facility, complete transfer of cesium and strontium capsules to dry storage. And then we get the site infrastructure. Initiate widening of Route 4S from 2 lanes to 4 lanes is recommended in place 319, reference 3. Becky left, but she wanted to leave this in here. DOE did not respond specifically in their response to this. 4S, from 2 lanes to 4. But it's important to employees and it's important to the employees who have to go out there every day and want DOE to know this. We felt strongly enough to include it here. And then sanitary water systems, initiate cross tie of sanitary waste system between 200 East and 200 West areas. There's no discussion of this yesterday or in the IM team. And then the last one, power generation, evaluate alternative methods of steam generation to the current diesel power units. Coming out of the committee discussion yesterday, there was recommendation to remove this.
So DOE is already doing this, so maybe it's published the study. They already committed to looking at alternative sources because it's a mission critical item that is reliant on diesel fuel, which may or may not be available in the future.
What's the value added for publishing a study?
You know, in our IM team, Mia brought out several times, putting you on the spot, Mia. There were items that we've never been briefed on. There are no fact sheets, and this is one of them. you know, as a HAB, we know nothing about this. And no discussion you were in any HAB meeting since I've been in HAB. And we follow Mia's concern on other items that we talked about or that were in here. We ought to remove this. Yeah,
I mean, I say,
for that kind of rationale.
with that rationale, I say add that to the leadership
Yeah,
workshop.
let's
or the work
get
plan.
it on the work plan.
Let's get it on the work
Yeah.
plan. It says, because Rob was suggesting saying the same thing yesterday with some topics.
Yeah.
They need to be rolled into the work plan.
Yeah, it's at first, I understand it first, and if we don't know. Yeah.
It's the, yes, we need,
So we
We need to
delete
know what's
this
going on.
and there's an action item for the ESC or somewhere down the line to roll this into the work plan.
So if I may, Chris. Getting smarter every time here, but when you talked about the statements out of the 5-year plan, then it sends me down a thinking path of, for a lot of these, just, I don't know, are they repeats to what's already critical mission in the 5 years? So are these new? So do we need to maybe make the statement that we need to break them up in the same, these are the ones that have, it says, we agree, recognize, whatever, then these other ones are new critical items that me, or however we want to say it.
We did that 3 advices ago, I think. The formatting was sort of cumbersome. It was information that was helpful to DOE in their 5-year plan, but it sort of.
It diluted the message of critical priority work that we wanted to do in that year.
Yeah.
And it got to be confusing and kind of contorted.
I can see that, yeah, but if they're already declared critical, then why are we saying, well, don't we saying we agree with these, or these are an emphasis from from a public consensus standpoint?
They send this letter to headquarters with their budget package, so that's why it's basically us supporting what they already said they wanted to do, so that's maybe they get the budget.
So remember that meeting, guys, where Brian said, I don't have enough money to do all this. Okay, I need your help to decide which ones are the most important to the board. That's why we're generating this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's because he's not gonna be able to do all that.
So that's a new perspective.
Okay, I want to go up, Josh, to the wording above the table that's on page 2. And you can see where it's crossed out. Extend the use of Hammer facility to, and we just then say emphasize operations, safety, and communicate to the Hanford workforce and public how the safety culture of the site will be maintained and expanded as work continues to transition into an operations model. Do we still want to say that? We want to reword that? Because the sentence above it, accordingly, it's imperative that DOE continue to prioritize and implement Hanford worker and public safety practices. And we put this in, we've had this in for the last several work priorities because if there's cuts in funding or whatever, we don't want that to impact safety. So we put those initial words in, and now do we want to continue with another sentence or so about moving into an operations mode? There's been a lot of discussion about safety culture, and this is part of that discussion. So I want to throw that over. Yeah.
I don't mind keeping it in. I just would like to reword it because the way it's written now, it kind of sounds like the safety culture off of the site is good in the sense that it should be maintained. And just from Ed's discussion about getting a third-party review to look into an independent entity, to look into the safety culture, I don't really feel comfortable saying the safety culture should be maintained as is. And so maybe rewording it. I agree that it's super important, but not sure it's The way it's worded now is,
What it said, how the safety culture of the site will operate as work continues to transition.
Period.
can you say that again? Sorry.
How about evolve?
Yeah,
About what?
evolve,
That's a good one.
nice.
Emphasize operation safety, communicate to the Hampshire workforce public how the safety culture of the site will evolve as work continues to transition into blah, blah, blah. That's a good word.
Yeah.
Because that's what's gonna happen. Safety culture never, is not stagnant.
Right.
It changes depending on the activities.
Yeah. The other thing you can say is improve.
That too.
And have a period at mode and then remove all the rest.
Straight to the point.
Well, that's already a second sentence.
It's this way, get rid of that sentence, it's clean.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good.
thank you. Now we have a decision to make.
5 seconds.
One quick clarification from chat before we try to conclude. So one quick clarification from chat before we try to conclude. Michael Freeman asked on part A, are we sure it's cesium and strontium being
Yeah.
monitored or the chromium?
324 is cesium destructive.
Okay.
What's it capsules?
110 is chromium destructive.
Right.
Okay. Back to you, Chris.
Now, here's a decision. We have an ESC call on January 22nd. And typically, the ESC, because they're the sponsoring organization here, have to consensually approve this advice before it goes to the HAP. We're not gonna have time for another IM call before the ESC call on the 22nd. In part because my wife's undergoing surgery and I'm gonna be out of pocket for it.
And yes, it's called next Wednesday.
Is there anyone who's not on the IM team, or who's on the IM team that isn't in this room?
Becky left. And Pam isn't here.
We have 15 members of the IM team, and there's not 15 members, I think, that are on call or here.
But basically, does anybody have heartburn with this going to the ESC?
Right.
For ultimate, discussion and ideal passing, approval by the ESC to pass it to the board in its current form.
And it's at the IM team leads discretion as to whether enough members of the IM team are present to have quorum.
And that's what I would suggest, is we put out a call to IM team members to attend that, to sit in and attend that ESC call.
That works too.
I'm wondering when the wordsmithing gets done, because we haven't done anything with the paragraphs above the table, hardly. So when are we having that space to wordsmith this?
How long can we extend the ESC call a little bit longer?
That will be a question for Kelly.
Wednesday's meeting?
Yeah.
So I have it down right now from 11 to 12. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I am available till 1 o'clock, so I could add another hour to it on my schedule. I have a meeting at 1.
Thank you, Kelly.
Of course.
Now, I'll commit to, in the next day or so, from Josh, sending this out to the IM team as a whole. And I think that if anybody wants to wordsmith on the IM team, to get back to me ASAP.
Yeah. She's our best wordsmither.
Yeah, I'll put all those comments in, so when we get to the ESC meeting, you can see a version of this with suggested wordsmithing edits on the text above the table.
Nice.
And that might facilitate then comments and discussion in the IM team, or the ESC meeting call.
But it should be open to any member of the IAM team to submit.
Right.
To submit.
I'll send this out to the IM team ASAP
Okay.
with text saying, send me back comments ASAP.
So should we send it to you or send it, since she's doing the words?
This,
So I'm.
He's gonna consolidate.
I'll consolidate with Josh's help.
Well,
Chris is the catcher.
you know,
Yeah,
although.
but I'll
we can
consolidate it.
Consolidate too.
And
It's cleaner.
I'll resend that out before the ESC call on the 22nd. So you'll probably get it hopefully on the 21st.
I mean, I would
With
make
the
that,
with the comments that have been, edits that have been submitted to me in the text above.
unless you feel compelled to approve the final, you feel trusting enough. Send it.
Send it to me, yeah.
Or just wordsmith.
Yeah.
We're not changing the content.
Just
a suggestion.
And that way you just. It's,
With the table, with what we've done yesterday and today on the table,
Okay,
and the cleanup that you see, I want to consider the table to be done.
okay,
Unless we get right down to where in retrospect, someone has severe heartburn or something.
okay.
So what-
Fair enough.
but what we're saying is basically,
doesn't want.
she doesn't- because I think that takes a whole step out of it.
That's the role of the intervention team, was specifically. All right, I appreciate everyone's extra 5 minutes, closing out CaRM before lunch. Thanks, Chris, for shepherding that omnibus advice. And, come back for, thanks. Thanks, Kelly.
We're back at what time? Good job.
We're down to, and that's 12:30.
No, he's not.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to begin the solo portion of the TWST Subcommittee meeting. We have mostly returning faces, but for procedure, I'll reiterate that these meetings are recorded and posted to the Hampstead YouTube channel. We have a new meeting and a new setup. And if anyone didn't hear before, be sure to sign in at the front desk as well, pick up one of these badges, and remember to return it when you leave. With that, we're ready to pass out to Rob for opening statements.
Okay, welcome, everybody. Boy, it's kind of skinny in here. I just kind of want to go through the fact that our work plan, was given to DOE at the beginning of the season, is we're kind of short on a presentation today. So we're only getting half one, but let me go through just quickly. Last January, we had an update on the tank integrity program. And last March, we had a DOE presentation on both the system plan and on the WTP commissioning. One thing was real important there was understanding when the environmental testing will be complete. And I schedule it should be completed by now. In June, we had a AMP system presentation, the Advanced Modular Pretreatment System. We also have a presentation on the TBI and from both Ecology and Department of Energy. Then in June, we had a presentation on the ecology from Ecology on the thermal oxidation of the vapors coming out of the tank. And that research and development project going on from Newcon. And then we also had, like I mentioned before, a pressing need to better understand the environmental performance demonstration test for the WTP and the off-gas system. Last meeting we had in October, we went and we saw, or we had a presentation basically on how DOE is planning to rehabilitate tanks in case the need or justification arises. Use cold spray technology to build up a layer on the outside of the tank that would prevent it leaking. And so today's presentation is, again, we're going to get back to our January usual, is understanding what the WTP is doing, the progress, it's, let's see, that's about my notes there, is it's going to be a waste treatment plant update. And so Ricky Bang is the presenter. Hi, Ricky. And so I guess we're ready to start with you, unless anybody else got any comments they want to talk about. Okay, like I said, I'm really sorry that we're not having a couple presentations in here. Remember, we worked real hard on our, list of activities that we wanted to have reported, and we're kind of short on a couple of them. One in particular is the grouting process and the TV. So, Ricky?
Okay, well, I am covering a tank waste operations piece, which includes a variety of subjects, but WPP. And you'll see that as I go through the presentation. And again, my name's Ricky Bang. I am with the Department of Energy as the Deputy Assistant Manager for Tank Waste Operations. So I will be kind of covering just an overview status of kind of a lot of the operations that we currently have out at the Hanford Tank Farms right now. So we'll go to the next slide. And I can take kind of questions kind of throughout the presentation. You know, I prefer not to wait until the end because kind of cover such a broad range of operations throughout what we're doing. So I am going to be covering where we're currently at with the tank side cesium removal system and its operations, what we've done with the test bed initiative and its operations. Retrievals, I cover kind of the status with where we're at on single shell tank retrievals, effluent treatment facility, and the 222S lab facility, because they're kind of the two main facilities that I own in support of the direct feed low activity waste program. Next slide. Go on to the next one. Get into the part of the PowerPoint or this briefing that I'd like to share with everyone. So with the tank side cesium removal system, this is the process module that we have at the Hanford Tank Farms outside of the AP farm. It pre-treats our tank waste for feed to the WTP low activity waste facility. We've been in operations, I think since 2021. At the end of November of 2024, we finished our most recent campaign. We've processed over 830,000 gallons of tank waste out of the AP 107 tank. So there's 830,000 gallons stored of pre-treated waste in tank AP 106. That waste is ready to feed forward to the waste treatment low activity waste facility. We have 19 exchange columns out on the storage pad currently. So those columns hold cesium that's been removed from that tank waste. There's about, again, 19 ion exchange columns that have been spent. By our calculations, that's over 500,000 curies stored on that pad and removed from the tank waste currently. Kind of show you the interior of one of our process modules here. For anyone that hadn't seen on the upper right, there are 3 columns inside the process module during operations. And then we removed 2 spent columns as a result of each completed batch. And again, end of November, we finished the last campaign. We've worked to put the system in a maintenance mode right now. So we're going through about 4 or 5 months worth of maintenance to prepare for the next campaign. And so the timing works out pretty well. We're doing a pretty big outage right now to get the maintenance activities completed now, have it all ready to go right before WTP hot commissioning. We'll do probably another batch right before WTP hot commissioning, bring that 830,000 gallons that we have a little bit closer to the 1,000,000 gallons. And that'll have, you know, a significant amount of feed prepped and staged ahead of hot commissioning. We'll be able to continue to do tank size cesium removal operations in coordination with WTP operations.
What kind of maintenance activities are you doing?
Electrical, valve replacements, fire protection, camera replacements, so just whole 9 yards.
Are these activities that are gonna have to happen after every so many batches of process?
So it's either after every batch or after every campaign. And so now we're just at the end of a campaign.
After every campaign, you're gonna have to do this.
There's either corrective maintenance or routine maintenance, and sometimes the periodicity doesn't always line up. So every batch will have a set of maintenance activities. Every campaign may have a larger set.
Here's another question that I can bring up if you don't mind. One of the questions we've been asking a lot of our facilitators to bring us is a list of the lessons learned that we're going through and why we're doing some of the changes to it. Why we're doing the AMP system. Why are we doing different things on the WTP off-gas system? Why are we doing? So those are all lessons learned. And we want to take those lessons and apply them forward.
Yeah.
So can you account for some of the lessons learned on the TISCR that's going to be applied to the AMP system?
Yes.
And then later on, when you talk about other things, think about the lessons that we learned from the first try and how we're improving that the second.
Yeah, that's a really good point, good feedback for us to take, for future presentations, but for TISCR, the team's done a really good job capturing all the lessons learned from day one of TISCR operations. Probably before that, just going through the construction of the tank side sealing removal process modules. They captured all those lessons learned in planning for the advanced modular pretreatment system.
Can we get some examples of maybe some of the big items that we're like?
For the process modules, there's gonna be, with the next evolution, you'll see a kind of a slightly bigger process module. So one example, maybe we currently have 3 ion exchange columns inside the process module. At the AMPS presentation, they likely showed kind of the 4. And so what that does is it improves our runtime, our batch durations, to be able to meet and keep up with the feed to the WTP facility. The space inside the process modules and other lessons learned for our workforce, really to give them the ability to maintain the systems easily, give them access, easier access really to all parts of the system, the location of a lot of the parts and pieces for access, visual camera locations to be able to monitor all aspects of the system, transport of the ion exchange columns from the process module out onto the process pad. So everything's been kind of, I say every single complaint, piece of feedback is captured, will be considered for the next evolution of the process module design.
We have been reported leakage from fittings and that work. So what are we doing to solve that?
Well, I think the leakage occurred, I think, on batches 1 and 2. Not campaigns 1 and 2. So I think the first campaign had 5 batches. The kind of the following campaign had 4 batches. And so in the prior 6, 7 batches, there haven't been any leaks. And so really our workforce had been trained, understands the requirements to either tighten these chem joints or have these chem joints replaced. And so we haven't had a leak in a while, at least the last 6 that I recall. But I think what we're exploring are a different set of connections so that we have an engineered control versus just kind of the relying on those things.
Thanks.
There's a question in the chat box. What's left in a tank after the supernate is processed through TISCR? So good question. So within the feed tank that feeds TISCR, we pump it down to about the heel. That might have about let's say 250,000 gallons or less within that tank. What's occurring right now within AP farm is that we're gonna refill tank AP 107. In fact, we already did that. Tank AP 107 has already been refilled with tank waste from tank AP 104, right? So you kind of start feeding forward from tank to tank. So AP 104 filled AP 107. That's full. We did pull the sample from AP 107 and have verified that AP 107 is ready to feed Tisker. So we meet the waste acceptance criteria for the tank size cesium removal system. So we've replaced that supernate that was in AP 107 with tank waste in AP 104.
Any other questions on this slide before we move on?
I appreciate the questions.
One quick question. Are you removing any other radionuclides with that ion exchange resin other than cesium 137?
Yeah, because I think strontium might be another that gets selectively removed. Sodium is another like competitor on the ion exchange column, but it's not a constituent of concern. But we primarily just track the cesium.
Matt in the chat. Mike on the chat has a follow-up question.
Chance of critical mass, that's correct. I won't say there's no chance. I say we've ensured that we have controls in place to ensure there is not a critical mass. All right, we'll go on to the next slide.
You first attempt at putting Tisker discharge into AP 06, right?
Yes.
You had problems with cesium coming out of leaching tank walls, at least that's my recollection.
Yeah.
How far up did you go in AP 106 to make sure you got everything out of AP 106?
As far as height goes, I don't remember the height. I believe we filled it up to that 900,000 gallon mark, but we do have visuals inside the tank to show there's no other salt cake on the walls. So we've visually verified that we covered any lingering salt cake on the wall. After we finished the latest campaign, we pulled another sample after a bunch of recirculation and have verified that we're 1 or 2 orders of magnitude below the WTP black band.
Okay, so when you go and you're gonna put more in AP 106, correct, before the feed raw facility? And how high up will you be going there? Is it significantly higher or?
If we're at 830,000 gallons, we'll add about another 160,
Okay.
150. So that would put us about 950 or so.
Okay.
Just over 950. All right,
Back to you.
test bed. This is another fun subject, another good project that we had. So with the test bed initiative, I would say since the July timeframe, July of 2024 timeframe, we finished the construction, the refurbishing of the test bed initiative equipment. Got the RD&B permit, installed the equipment inside of SY Farm. You'll see our containers for the treated liquid out of SY Farm here that are being placed. So the pre-treated waste would be put inside these yellow containers. Those containers are housed inside this larger brown tent. There are delay totes inside the smaller tent. And then here would be the pump, and then down below would be the ion exchange column that's part of the test bed column. And SY 101 tank is just below ground right there. So July, August, September, the equipment was installed. The month of September, the equipment was tested. You know, we have construction acceptance testing, operational acceptance testing. We operated the system in the month of October. Took about 9 days of operations. 1,961 gallons were treated and now stored inside of these containers. We pulled samples from each of the containers, of which there are 6. And so you can see the workers here had pulled samples from each of the containers for analysis to understand what the constituents are. And then here you can kind of see the inside of the tent. And so there are, 6 connections here for each one of the totes underneath the kind of the black cover here. So yeah, the evolution occurred back in October, 1,961 gallons treated. The samples take about 120 days to analyze. The organics analysis are kind of the long pole in a tent with the sample analysis. So once we get the results, we'll know if the system was successful in ensuring that we met kind of the performance criteria, and then we'll meet the waste acceptance criteria at the disposal facilities, and then transport will occur sometime later this year.
The sample can't be very radioactive if you're just containing it in a glass jar.
Yeah, and they're wearing just gloves right there, right? So based on the field readings that we had, because these are the workers that have pulled the sample and have taken the sample, you've got a whole host of rad techs that are monitoring everything. The story I'll tell is I think one of the rad techs walked over to their supervisor and said, "Hey, we think our instruments are broken because everything's reading 0 right now. What's going on?" And they checked the instruments, like, no, the instrument works. For these samples, this equipment appears to have worked, right? So the surface level readings are reading near 0 based on some of the rad monitors that they have. So I'd say the totes appear to be reading at the surface about 0 to 0.1 millirem right now. We planned to see over 0.5 millirem. So we're about at least 5 times lower what we planned for based on field readings. I think based on the rad results, if you kind of do the calculations, based on what we analyzed for, we should be about 5 to 10 times less than what we analyzed in the NEPA EA for the test bed initiative material.
If the samples have such low radioactivity, why don't you just send them to a commercial laboratory under contract to the site and get a turnaround time of 30 days? There are labs that can do that quite easily. They've done it all the time.
I don't know the details about that, but that's fair. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
It'd be a hell of a lot cheaper than sending them to 220S, and you can get a turnaround a heck of a lot faster.
Yeah, that's fair. But some of them had some radiological readings. So that would have to be processed at the laboratory.
Well,
And
and
some-
contract to it have very hefty NRC and state licenses.
Some of the samples that some of the constituents that they have to analyze for could only be done at the laboratory as well. And plus the QA pedigree that we would have to need for the disposal of the material.
I still don't see a problem.
I'll have to get back to you on the delta on that one.
Quick process question before we go too much further into questions. If we're taking questions on a subject by subject basis, would ecology also like the opportunity to provide a perspective on a subject by subject basis?
I don't know that we need to on the questions. I think if we, if we need to, we'll jump in. If there's a question that we feel like we need to jump in, we'll do it.
Okay, and then go to Matthew.
Ricky, on the low level of radioactivity you're finding in the process, the treated samples, have you taken a look at the effectiveness of the exchange column that was used? Like, did it work better at pulling out radioactivity, or it was just what was flowing through lower to start with than expected? Or do you know?
I can fully answer when I get the lab results. I think right now I would just be extrapolating based on the field readings.
So,
But I would say since the field readings are lower than what we anticipated, it's a positive sign that the equipment was working.
okay, so you will at some point take a look at the exchange columns, the equipment.
Yeah.
Which fills you out.
Once I get the final sample results, well, we know what was in the tank
Yeah,
and we know what's coming out and we can just do that math.
But you're not planning on sampling the column?
No, we will have a sample from the 6 hoops. And we know the tank, we know the, what we started with inside the tank.
okay,
And so the radionuclide reduction tells that.
okay, so the column itself, that's just going to what,
The column will be stored at the TSCR, the tank size cesium removable on exchange column bed.
Okay.
Over 200 in 80 farm.
I think an explanation of the fact that the resin is being used, is that what your concern is? Then usually they're organics.
Yeah.
But the CST, ever since the second run here, is all inorganic.
Yeah.
And so the plans are, if they can figure out a way to open the lids, dump them into high level waste.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
I know there's a couple of statements by Michael Freeman on the chat. I just have to correct Michael that this is going off-site for disposal, not to be vitrified or turned into glass.
It's going offsite to be grounded and then disposed of.
Yes.
Right.
Any questions on TBI?
Well, I think that doesn't, but the big question is,
Go for it.
is when are we gonna see the reports? When are we gonna see the end of this to help formulate decisions to actually implement offsite shipment of low-level waste, processed low-level waste?
Yeah.
To either Clive, Utah, or waste control specialists.
So I can tell you what the plans are. So we will get results February timeframe because that will hit the 120-day mark. We'll be ready to ship after that, but being February and going through Pacific Northwest and Rockies, it's going to be weather dependent.
Right.
And so once the weather or conditions improve to where we can ship, and then the facility is able to grout and dispose of it inside their facility, then we can produce information, reports, and material to inform a future decision.
And then the actual grouted form. When will we learn about the testing being done to qualify a grouted form for disposal at those facilities?
I have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not like looking for whether it's a C119 test, is it a TCLP test, is it, not a lot of discussion has gone into what the final container's gonna look like and, what are its performance factors?
Okay. Any other questions?
Matt Henderson online.
Are you?
Hi, Ricky, thank you for being here. I had a question. It's been a little while since I reviewed the TPI procedures, but when you did your sampling, that was at the end after all the 4 tanks were filled, correct? That wasn't after each hold?
The sampling was pulled from each of the containers after each container was filled.
After each container. Okay, thank you.
How long are you anticipating it will take each facility to grout 1,000 gallons of the waste?
I don't know the answer to that either. I'll get back to you.
I got one more if there's time, sorry. This one you might not know. it's kind of a volume to volume thing. The amount of ion exchange media in your Tisker on a stick for the 2,000 gallons ratio, do you have like a ratio as to how close to the standard Tisker that was? How much media was needed for this 2,000 gallons versus how much is needed for your standard process?
No, I don't recall how much resin was in the TBI column. Mostly because so much time has passed. I'll get back to you. I'll look that up.
It's a curiosity of mine. I'm trying to think of why the expectation for the radioactive load was so much lower that you saw in your finished products, especially.
Okay.
Any questions in the room? Any other questions online?
Nice. Very interesting test bed. Good. All right, next slide. I've got single shell tank retrievals. This is we've had a good crew working on retrievals, and really AX farm in general has been done very well. With AX 101, you kind of see the photo here on the left before retrievals occurred in that tank. And then the photo on the right kind of shows AX 101 after field operations deployment 2 technologies were completed in October 2024. So AX 101 was the 4th tank of 4 tanks in the AX farm. It was the last tank to be retrieved out of AX farm. It also had more volume to be retrieved out of that tank than the first 3 combined in total. So this was the biggest job that the crews had for retrieving AX farm. It was just under 500,000 gallons that they had to retrieve out of that tank. And they did complete deployment of 2 technologies in tank AX 101. It's kind of like, for me, kind of a good milestone, a really big compliment for the site. It's the 21st tank retrieved at Hanford. 21 tanks retrieved. It's really would be the 2nd farm that would be completely retrieved. There's still some paperwork, regulatory documentation that we still have to complete. But it'll be really good to have that 21st tank and 2nd farm fully retrieved here at Hanford. Any questions on AX? I've gone into the next one.
Yeah, Matthew and then Mia. Matthew, go ahead.
Yeah, what's the, like, how much residual is left in this particular tank after retrieval?
So we're still doing that evaluation right now. So they do the processes after they deploy new technologies. They'll go in, do visuals and laser scanning to get an estimate on what's left.
Okay, and then just one follow-up, is there going to be testing in regards to the constituents, the residual?
Yeah, I think they do pull a sample of what's left in a tank in support of the regulatory documentation I mentioned. Okay.
I have the same question as Matt.
I'll have to come more prepared on my slide deck.
Any questions on AX 101 in the room or online?
I do have basic curiosity. So when we were designing the WTP, we had 4 waste forms, A, B, C, and D. Each one were specific in their chemistry. Now that we're condensing the single shell waste forms into double shell tanks, and we're mixing D with B, and we're mixing these wastes together, which we did a very careful job of keeping them apart for a long time because of the reactions and because of other stuff. Have you heard from anybody what the essential effect is for all this mixing we're doing of the various wastes? Because one comes from U plant, one from T plant, one, and they have different bismuth chemistries, et cetera, et cetera. If you understand the question.
I understand the question. I don't have the answer because, gosh, that is, I don't have the answer to that. Yeah, I know there are folks that have evaluated all the planning that goes behind retrievals, the tank transfers. But they probably have a much deeper level of knowledge. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to answer part of that question anyway. They have a program where they evaluate chemistry and the mixing of the waste, the different waste types, so that they can determine whether or not there would be chemical problems like precipitation or gelling of the chemicals. Plus, they have a lot of historical information about the contents in the tank. There was discussion with, in the ash farm, they have some pretty complex phosphates that have caused flooding in the past, and so they're aware of that. They're aware of how temperature affects it. Sometimes you would think it would make sense to do higher temperature water, but sometimes it's quite the opposite and worse. So they do have a program where they do look at that, and then they also do some compatibility analyses on the waste specifically before they introduce waste into both tanks. So they have a really good program. And it's the only time I've been here for a while, and the only time they've ever had a problem was in the S farm, and that was not unanticipated. So
Yeah, I'm looking more or less forward.
okay,
And as looking forward now, the specifications for WTP now will change.
yeah, well,
And
yeah, my understanding of that is that system plan does look at combining the different rating nuclides and chemicals and this, and then it makes choices of the tanks that they need to put into the DSTs where they retrieve, as well as how they would blend and modify the waste feed with a WTP. And then I think one question that's always been frequently asked is, as the design and requirements change through time, are we going to still have that level of acceptability of the waste for treatment? And my confidence is that they have really smart people that are paying attention all the time. So I think when things change, they'll figure out how to adapt as well. They can blend tanks and change feed rates, and I've seen them work this problem quite a while. In fact, there was a long time ago, they were doing blending exercises for a system plan.
yeah, that's why I asked the question.
And one thing, Vicky said, or somebody asked about sampling for AX 101. I just want you to know he's correct. They actually have a sampling and analysis plan that we review and approve to make sure that we get a real good representative sample of the waste. And some of the waste is hard to sample. That's the way it goes. I mean, you've got, we're retrieving tanks and we want to close them. And so there might be some compromises, but good chemists are looking at those all the time and making decisions on how to sample.
Rob, on the feed envelopes, A through D, right? And there was a whole WTP interface control document about the feed envelopes.
ICP.
Yeah, ICP, thank you. I have a similar question to your question, and I think I just haven't delved into it deep enough. I know that there are people who have the answers, but I think they're trying to keep the like envelopes together with like envelopes, and that in part that's using the system plan to plan out what tanks get retrieved to where and get kept together in whichever DST. But I think that's the answer, although
We know they're doing work.
Right.
It's these engineers just have like multiple boxes that they're constrained to, right? The WTP feed envelope, the chemistry controls, that they all have to manage all of these tank waste transfers and retrievals too. The mechanics of how they do that, or all the criteria that they have to do to manage all of that, I don't know enough of the details to explain the calculus that they all have to go. But you're absolutely right. It's something that they do. I just don't have the details on how they go about it.
There was an energetic reaction on using E under one of the tanks, either AX or A bar. Was that an AX tank?
Can we say that again?
there was a energetic reaction underneath.
A4, A5, I think. A1,
So
A4,
A5, it's A, not AX, okay.
Yeah. Okay, which is the next slide.
Yeah.
Thank you for the transition. So after AX farm, we are heading into A farm. So A farm, well, I kind of want to, I kind of like this broad overview slide, right? Mentioned AX farms, the kind of the second farm that we've been retrieving. C farm was the first over here. We've got the double shell tanks, AN, AZ, AY, AW. A farm being the last single shell tank farm kind of in this complex. So it really good progression going from AX to A farm. Work crews have been working hard on getting all the supporting infrastructure built within A farm, right? So ventilation, utilities, electrical, that's been years in preparation and planning going into A farm. I think if you go next slide, as a big part of that, they're kind of wrapping up the last bit of construction activities. And so equipment, in the final pieces of equipment were installed just this past winter within tank A101 and A102. Tank A101 did start retrievals last year. It's currently about 56% retrieved. A101, I want to say that's about, it had about 350,000 gallons within it. So about halfway through that. Currently paused, but we plan to finish A101 this coming fall. A102 will be the second tank that we then retrieve. Equipment's being installed, have been installed. They're testing the equipment right now, hoping to start that retrievals this spring. And we'll finish that in the fall timeframe as well. I think the crews are going to be testing out, trying to do retrievals in parallel. So 2 tank retrievals at the same time. And so they'll try that in the A farm for the first time this year. And I think the tank that we'll retrieve after A102 will be A106. And that equipment hasn't been installed yet, but that's kind of the sequence that we'll have for A farm right now.
How many tanks were at A farm?
8 farms, 6 tanks.
Have a question on, any questions on A farm, A102 retrieval?
If you're cleaning up 2 tanks at the same time, are they independent or dependent? One shuts down because of the safety problem, do you shut the other one down, or?
No, so the 2 tanks are separate as being retrieved, different equipment, but going into kind of common utilities. And the tank they're being retrieved into is the same double shell tank. Next slide. All right, so we kind of talked tank waste treatment, retrievals. I kind of want to wrap up with just kind of the finishing touches that we have for some of our facilities that are supporting the direct feed low activity waste program, especially with WTP hot commissioning coming up this year. The effluent treatment facility is one of the facilities that we own as part of the DFLAW program. It treats a lot of the secondary waste that is a byproduct of the vitrification process. So the secondary liquid waste we receive and we process through the effluent treatment facility. Through the last 5, 6, 7 years, we've been going through tens of upgrades at the effluent treatment facility to ensure that it can handle the throughput needs and the process needs as a result of the direct feed low activity waste program. So the footprints changed quite a bit. If you look at this exterior of the effluent treatment facility, what we've done is just kind of highlighted in white text a lot of the buildings and supporting systems that are new to this facility that we've built at the ETF over the last 6 or 7 years. Expanded the existing loading station that existed there, have a backup, additional electrical houses, storage tanks, upgraded the chillers. That's all been placed on the outside of the ETF. All the construction's done, and I think all of these systems have been turned over to operations except for this steam stripper, which we're doing this year. Next slide. Showing the interior of the effluent treatment facility. There are a couple that are inside, like our filtration system and our CO2 removal system. Those have all been upgraded, construction complete. So all the upgrades that we needed for ETF, we've constructed, that's been done, and things are being tested now for turnover to operations. And once that's done, this facility is ready for direct feed low activity waste this year. Any questions about effluent treatment facility? I think the upgrades kicked off when I joined Tank Farm, so it's like really nice to see this all in the facilities right now.
I see your load in and load out stations that you have on your map. All the feed to this facility is going to be trucked in?
Yes, yes. And we have been using that facility, because we support other operations besides WTP, like K-Basins, and they've been transporting liquid to us by truck.
Question online from Matt Hendrickson.
Hi, Ricky. Sorry I didn't get this in for the A farm portion, but I've been reading up on holistics, and A104 and 105 seem kind of tricky, and that they might be able to substitute out. Could you explain to the group here the difficulties associated with A104 and A105?
Yeah, with A104, A105, it just has to do with the internal structures of the two tanks. There's a lot more obstructions to retrieve the tank, and I think to do a good job we're going to be evaluating some new technologies to potentially deploy into those two tanks to facilitate those the retrievals of A104 and A105. Does that answer your question? If I could probably bring some photos of the interior at one of these future sessions.
I would
think
certainly
that-
enjoy seeing some of the photos, yes.
Any other questions? Okay, we're satisfied on this one.
All right, last one. 222S laboratory. Not much to state here, but I did want to point out that with the laboratory, they've done a good job recruiting and training their staff in support of all the sample analyses, not just for the site, but also in preparation for direct feed low activity waste. The crew's done an outstanding job in supporting current operations, tank farm operations. They process, broker almost 1,000 samples each year. Right now in support of all of the tank farm operations that occur. Some of the ongoing activities that they also have is just kind of the routine replacements of analytical equipment, installation of new equipment to support direct feed low activity waste. They do have a couple of new hot cell windows that they put into the facility as well. I think these are for the hot cells that will be the receipt cells for low activity waste samples. They have like a 25-year design life, and they switched designs from the old oil-filled hot cell windows to gas-filled hot cell windows. So that's been a good improvement for the laboratory as well. But really, they've just done a good job in maintaining and doing minor upgrades in their facilities to continue to maintain that laboratory for really the pace of operations that we currently have and will have with DF Law. Questions about the new building?
brand new state of art analytical laboratory.
Right.
As part of the WTP. What samples will that laboratory analyze in terms of support of DFLAW versus what samples 222 will analyze?
I think the WTP presenter will know more than I do, but the law lab, WTP lab, will analyze a lot of the samples, for the WTP, but for WTP operations. But this laboratory still does a lot of the glass formulation work for those samples. And then this lab also analyzes all the samples for the tank waste that comes from AP Farm, and also all the samples that come out of retrievals and the 2428.
So that's both 222 will supposed to be tank farm samples, one way, shape, or form. And all the vitrification samples to be vitrified will be the new analytical lab.
That's my understanding, but I'm not the WTP manager on that piece. But we do a lot of the glass work for WTP.
Okay, so and to test the tank waste on the front end.
Yep.
And then you test the configured glass on the back end.
The lab makes the glass with the sample that they pull, and then they test the glass.
Okay, but you're not testing the finished glass from the plant.
I think the WTP would do that. I don't know their process for that.
Okay, so you're testing glass in preparation for processes to happen. Okay. Thanks. There's questions regarding the laboratory.
Okay. Any other questions for me?
Thanks a lot.
Is there, so we've reached the end of the slide deck. Would Paul like to provide any wide ranging perspectives?
Yes, I don't know, Jeff, if you want to jump in after I talk, but it's a little bit different to sort of have a presentation that goes from thing to thing and then for ecology to give perspective at the end. You know, a lot of good questions got asked along the way. Obviously, we're really happy with the progress being made at TBI and at TSCR. We're looking forward to the new AMPS facility and getting the design materials and the permitting materials for the new AMPS facility so that we can support permitting on that. And then, you know, it's, I guess that's sort of where, that's sort of ecology's broad perspective on the treatment side of things. And Jeff, I don't know, except if you want to have anything to say about the retrieval side of things, except for I will say that every time I see an empty bottom of a tank that I get very happy and giddy. And I send Jeff a little text that says, look at the bottom of that tank. But you have the technical things to talk about.
No, DOE, I don't have anything really to say, except that DOE is doing a really good job. Contractor is doing a good job at making sure that they remove as much waste as possible, maybe a little bit more effort than, you know, that is necessary because those last weeks or months are very, very low in retrieving waste, but we have some processes that we're discussing to help improve maybe the decision-making for that. And they have a real challenge with A 105 that they are preparing for. And if you looked at the holistic negotiation package, you'll see that they are making some efforts at figuring out what to do and come to some agreement to that. But overall, the retrieval program moves a lot faster than that treatment program. Yeah, we're waiting for the phase of treatment. So
But I'm on that to do both. But I'm, real proud of the work that I think that the crews are doing out there, right there. People, boots on the ground out in the Amper side doing some great work out there.
So when you mentioned that, And we had decided a long time ago that you would try two different technologies in removing the scale. As an example, what two technologies were used in the tank? You just showed us. Oh, what was it? You got 11. Something like that. Got a toolbox.
No, we don't have 11 anymore. They used to have a lot. They have high pressure and low pressure.
Mostly sluicing.
Yeah. And then they had vacuum retrieval for some of the smaller sea tanks for the ones that had some leaks. And we've got a milestone in holistic negotiation for them to look at some other technologies to make sure that we did a good survey of the available technologies and what they might be able to use in the future for some of these tanks. In particular, A105 is the one that offered the challenge for all of us to look at how we're going to finish retrieving and closing tanks. And so those are the technologies. Even the vacuum technology isn't very efficient, but it's one of the ones that they have available right now. And then I know that they're working on developing another dry retrieval technology as well, and we'll hear about that. Like I said, there's some milestones that talk about retrieval technologies, and that's really where you want to pay attention to in the future and provide some input and thoughts when you actually see the report and what DOE is going to do about that. Nice thing about that milestone is we get to work with them. We don't know the experts like they know the experts, but we get to look at the resumes and we get to be part of that process of looking at the technology. So
Or close that, Ryan, do you have a comment?
Just a quick one, and I didn't mean to hijack the floor too long, but I just wanted to take a moment since Jeff, I think this might be one of your last CAB meetings before you retire, so I just wanted to recognize this might be the last time that Jeff talks to you guys.
that's probably right.
Thank you.
Bob, a quick question, Ricky. What is the status of the contract transition?
Ongoing right now to be completed in February.
Anything else before we let Ricky go? Thank you for your time and knowledge. Appreciate it. Sharing that. Okay, and Mr. Chair, we are 15 minutes ahead of break. Would you like to jump into some committee business or just take a longer break?
My goodness, you guys want to do, stand up and walk around?
Well, we have another presentation.
We do at 1:50.
Yeah, and without the presenters, I'm not sure we can proceed with that.
Yeah. So let's just take a quick break then. Come back and try to move committee business up and wait for our presenter.
Okay, so we're turning at 10:40 and jump into committee business?
Sure.
Or sorry, 1:40. Thank you. All right, we've reached 1:40 and we are going to dip into committee business while we
Wait for our presenter. Right.
just plural.
Presenters. That's right. Oh. Okay, I guess a couple of things I wanted to review real quick with folks is we go down this list. This was our basically our work plan for this particular year. Okay, and there's some missing blanks in there, and that's what we need to press it, we need to present in the coming. And there are also some questions from past presentations that we wanted clarified and that we kind of want to move forward with getting an idea of what the answer is to those. Okay, so we've got a direct feed activity waste briefing in our program, and as long as we continue to get those progress, that's really good. Though there is an action that we had from last meeting when we got our NewCom presentation. No, we had a presentation on the environmental performance demonstration test that was supposed to be completed for the WTP, the LAW facility. That those testing should have been done in December of last year. And so we're waiting for some sort of a report from them to finish up and tell us that everything's okay, or what the problems were. And that's the environmental performance demonstration test. We need to keep that high on our list. There was, also, we had, presentation. Let's see where I put that. Maya essentially had asked a question, that we never got an answer to, is on the NewCon, research and development contract. You know, maybe you're taking words out of your mouth, but, they described phase 1 and phase 2 to us. But what's phase 3? And what will we learn and know about phase 3 from the new contract? And that's essentially what I think we said. And so that's a piece of work that needs to come up, is the new con. We had some today, some lessons learned. Our second item on our work list was learn some lessons, get some lessons learned from the WTP facility. We also kind of incomplete on that because we want to know what lessons were learned in the LAW startup and commissioning that we can apply to HLW. And that was how it was written in our work plan. And so we still need probably some consideration on that. And maybe it'll be next year that they have a list of lessons learned that they can apply. But we did get a discussion on the advanced modular treatment system, AMPS. We also got a discussion on what they plan to do on the waste area management. This last couple of meetings ago. Our TDA, again, I'm really looking forward to seeing progress on that, and I want to keep that hot on our mind. I know that Susan, you mentioned that you're really, yeah, and maybe I should be calling you for updates because I'm not getting it from anybody else. And also, as part of that, we have asked that in order for us to understand how we can accept the grout as a mobilization tool for deliquifying our tanks, we need to learn more about the grout itself. And we've been asking for some grout studies, grout information, et cetera, additives to grout. Now, I know that, I have a lot of experience in materials. I know Chris and has as well, and started working on some ideas of how we're going to explain how grout works to the people. And we do need that 101 course in that. And I know Chris could give it, or I could give it, but we need from the DOE, the authoritarian. So we can go. Our tank integrity responsibilities, we've been getting regular updates on that. Cale Boomer and his people and all the expert panel has done very good. Part of the last cold spray demonstration program was to take a look at the integrity, and if something does leak, what are some of their responses? And one of them, of course, is to use a cold spray on the outside to plug the leak. We got a discussion here on retrievals, which was really good. We probably need to this is a kind of a shared topic with lids, but we've really got to take a look at this breast pipe transfer system piping. Let's understand that since those original pipes were put in the ground and used or not used, state of Washington has changed their codes, design codes. We have the WAC code that now defines hazardous material handling design codes, things to use, ASME, American Society of Mechanical Engineers codes and standards. And so we know right now that piping will not meet today's standards. And the question is do we have enough information that DOE can get ecology to issue a waiver on it, and what they're going to have to do, or seriously design and replace the whole thing? Because I don't think I don't think it could stand the integrity of a code inspection today. And that's only because I know the codes have aged over time. We have code anyway. And then we wanted the grounded LAW offsite waste was looking for some action on possibly advice that we would support or not support the shipment of our low-level waste to an offsite facility. And so that was on our work list. I think we've been doing pretty good. What's that?
Skip closure.
I skipped closure. Oh, yes. Closure. Yeah, closure is so nebulous. What we need to define the term closure for their tanks. And then from that definition, figure out what they're going to end up doing. Is closure removal? Is closure filling them with grout? Closure putting a barrier over the top and then watching it for 25 to 50 years. And what is our closure approach? That is what's in our work list. Is there anything, are there some things that people going to be in a phase here where we're going to have to start planning our next year's work list? Yeah.
Rob, I think on work plan somewhere, aren't we supposed to get a briefing on the warm project? Did you mention that?
Yeah, we got a tailored briefing on that, on what warm was when we took did the advanced modular pretreatment system, when we got the AMPS discussion, what AMPS was.
But I think the warm project was more than AMPS.
And that's right. It's an organized approach of decommissioning everything out there, but you feel we need more, let's maybe put it down.
Because this came up in the work priority, and I may have pointed out that we've not had a briefing on it. There's no discussion of it under Hanford.gov. There's no fact sheets, yet they're supposed to start in 2027 and initiate construction on the warm project. And we thought it really would be nice to know something about it. There's not much if you look up in the administrative record on it either, or on Hanford.gov. There's a few things, but not much really. That's tremendously informative.
So what I would recommend, since we're seconds from that, or 150, is we think about what we want to request for March, considering this list, or what might be timely, revisit that in the next portion of subcommittee business. We've had a couple people join us. Really good to do stuff.
Sure, I'm Paul Schroeder, I'm the Executive Assistant Manager for DOE for the waste treatment plant. So yeah, I get touched on a couple of your work list items, so.
Okay, and I'm Tom Tyner, I'm the high level waste project manager for the.
And do you have a presentation for us?
We do. If we wanted to load it up, that would be great.
Would you guys want to come sit at the table up here?
Sure.
Cool.
Is
Just
one
make
up
it catch better.
front?
Yeah, either up front or off to the side, just so people online can hear a little better. Thank you.
You bet. And before we jump into this, just a couple items on the work list, quick update. So you mentioned the environmental performance demonstration test. That's currently scheduled in about the May timeframe. So once we get through that, certainly we'll give you an update on the test results. That's a very important test we'll be running in the near future.
So it was scheduled for December, was it not?
Correct. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah, and I think it'll become apparent, some of the reasons for moving that as we get into this discussion. And then the other thing, just a note on the capturing lessons learned from commissioning. And you'll see this in the update here, but currently we are in the commissioning process. And so we're in the process of gathering that. And certainly the lessons we learn on commissioning the LAW will translate at least in part to the high level waste facility. So that's, again, still in the work, but definitely a good topic nonetheless, but, just not quite ready for that. All right, so again, I'm Paul Schroeder and Tom Kiner is here with me and we're gonna give you just a little bit of a update on the waste treatment plant. I'll cover the DFLA portion, Tom will cover the high level waste portion. It's been a really productive year. There are lots of things that have been accomplished probably since you were last briefed on the WTP. And so I'll try to give you a sense of that as we go through here. And certainly we could ask questions if you have any. So first slide, or next slide, I guess. So the purpose of this presentation really is, just give you an update on the status of the waste treatment plant and low activity waste facility. We're not asking for any information from the, or anything from the HAB at this time, but really this is just intended to be informational only at this point. Next slide. So quick recap, I mentioned commissioning, and really that's kind of our primary focus right now for the DFLA. Everything is centered around getting the plant operating safely, and so we can get to the achieving the consent decree milestone for hot commissioning, which is August 1st for the completion of that milestone. And like all readiness programs, really, it's described as really 3 areas. We call it the 3 Ps. It's the people, the plant, and the paper. And for the WTP, we've added, there's 2 additional Ps that we've added. Is one, we recognize that as you get through readiness, especially on a project this size and magnitude, there's a partnership piece that's really important. And what I mean by partnership is not just partnership with the contractor and the department, but it's partnership with the contractor, the department, ecology, and the stakeholders in the community. So there's a lot of partnering that needs to be done in order to successfully pull this off, especially a project of this magnitude. And then the 5th P here is pride. And we're on, this project, I think as you all know, has been going on for a long period of time. And we have a number of people that have a lot of sweat, blood, and tears into it at this point. And I think we all take a lot of pride into making this thing come off. And I think if you get a chance to go out to the project like I do almost every day, you could really see that. We've got lots of new people, many people that have never operated necessarily a radiological or nuclear facility, but they're eager to learn, and they've come a long ways, and they're continuing to progress and be ready for operations, and they take a lot of pride in that. And so that's really good to see, and that's one of the common themes I think we see as independent review teams come through is that they're really pleasantly surprised with the amount of pride in the workforce. So we'll stay on this slide, and I'll just give you an update on a couple things since actually several things that have happened since we last briefed you, and then I've got a couple photos I could show you that kind of give you a sense of that. But really, in order to start the WTP, obviously you have to have feed. And so we're sitting in a pretty good spot right now. Our tank waste operations group and the tank waste operations contractor, they've completed through the tank side cesium removal project. They've processed and staged 831,000 gallons of compliant feed for us to take on. So it's staged AP106. It's all ready to go. So we're in a good spot as far as being able to feed the plant once the plant is ready. Now, if you were to go out to the waste treatment plant, you'll see we're in and we have been for quite some time, been in a 24/7 operational posture right now. That continues. As part of that, we've actually we've gone through just a whole litany of tests, whether that be component testing or system testing, and now we're getting into more programmatic and operational testing of the facility. give you a sense of that is just as part of that process leading up to where we're at today, we've already filled almost 23 containers of glass using both melters, including operating both melters simultaneously at times. What we haven't done yet is been able to do that consistently over several day period, 24/7. I mean, that's something we're building up to right now. Another thing we were able to do earlier in the fall is we were able to do the first transfer of liquid from the waste treatment plant to the liquid effluent retention facility. So the other contractor. So we had an opportunity there to work with the tank operations contractor and really make sure our procedures aligned, our people understood what they were doing, and that we were able to transfer waste to those facilities, or what will be waste to those facilities, which are needed obviously when we get the WTP up and running. But really, the effort right now, and probably the big news in front of us right now, is cold commissioning. On November 6th, the project officially entered the cold commissioning phase of the project. Getting up to that, what that means is, again, it's the people, the plant, and the paper, making sure we have all of those things in place to get us into commissioning, where we're actually starting to introduce hazards, or getting on the cusp of introducing hazards to the facility that are non-radiological, but will give us an opportunity to operate the facility and get into additional tests like the environmental performance demonstration test that we talked about earlier. Also in order, as part of that cold commissioning process, we went through an extensive cold commissioning management assessment. That is a significant review effort. It starts out with the contractor verifying that their people, their plant, and their procedures are ready. The department, local field office does a similar type review. When we're confident that everything is in place, we invite external independent teams from both the corporate, the contractor's corporate team. They came in, gave us a very good scrub. And then we had an independent DOE team come in and also give us a big scrub. Out of that, we had there's drills and looked at all the programs with the exception of the nuclear safety program and the radiological program. Gave us a few things to work on. We were able to complete the things that we needed to complete in order to continue on in the cold commissioning process. And all those activities have been done, verified to be complete. And what that did for the department is it put us in a position where we can authorize the contractor to receive anhydrous ammonia into the low activity waste facility when the facility is fully ready to take on that hazard. And then also it gave the department the ability to authorize nitrate feed, which is another key part coming up in the cold commissioning stream. And then the other thing that's kind of hot off the press is we've just yesterday, we ended up and we preemptively posted all of our what will be our radiological areas in the facility. And so what that does is essentially, even though we don't have a radiological hazard in the facility, both the low activity waste facility and the effluent management facility, we posted the areas like they will be posted. And we are giving everybody an opportunity to really practice. So it's the whole meal deal, as if we have a radiological facility. That means that people entering those areas are required to have all the necessary training. People exiting those areas are following the right protocols to survey out of those areas. Work that's being performed in those areas is performed with work packages that would have the radiological work practices that they would anticipate when we actually get to hot commissioning. And so really, we've got a good window here to train our people as if they're actually upgrading with, radiological material without the radiological material. So that's hot off the press. And so we're gonna be, continually reviewing that and making sure that the contractor is on track to, gain proficiencies in those areas. And so, really, the next steps going forward, one is we still need to, fill the anhydrous ammonia vessels, on site. So we had gone through all the programmatic reviews necessary to take on and receive the anhydrous ammonia. As part of that process, what happens is you fill the tanks up with nitrogen, you pressurize them, and then you do all the pressure tests. All the pressure tests pass. And then what happens is the vendor that brings in the anhydrous ammonia, they come in and they will put a small amount of anhydrous ammonia into the tank, which is a smaller particle size, and then they'll do a similar type test. And as part of that process, we identified a few areas where we still had small leaks that we needed to address. Good news is that that allowed the contractor folks to really to basically give us a test of our response, our emergency response to a situation like that. Even though the hazard was very minimal and is very conservative, gave us another chance to exercise that before we had filled tanks. And so the contractor did really well on that activity. That Hand for Fire responded really well on that. Everything worked as expected and gave us a lot more confidence. But what that also told us is we have an opportunity to really make sure that we have new gaskets in place that are robust on the flanges, and newer valves that are more robust. And so we're taking that as an opportunity to, before we fill up the tanks, replace the gaskets, replace some valves, and that's what we're in the process of doing now. So it's all hands on deck right now, getting those valves and gaskets replaced, but it really is an opportune time for us to do that maintenance activity on that. Next up, we're continuing to, as we're doing that, we're continuing to take on slurry and continue to fill and pour from each of our melters to gain proficiency on that. That'll continue on. I mentioned the rack proficiency. We're going to continue to work on that. The other thing that's really important for us to do in parallel with the cold commissioning stream is we recognize that our glass former reagent system was not going to be functional or effective for operating the plant. And so we're doing some pretty significant upgrades to install a GFR system within the plant. Those are ongoing. Those are happening in parallel. And the contractor's making really good progress on that. Then big activities coming up, environmental performance demonstration test, that's coming up. We'll also do independent verification review, which is essentially looking at our implemented nuclear safety basis, make sure it's working as expected before we introduce the hazard again. There'll be a management assessment that also is performed, as well as getting into the contractor's readiness review and then the department's readiness review. So we've got a lot of work in front of us between now and the middle of the summer, but we're working hard to make it happen. And so that's kind of my overview on the DFLAW side. Let me show just a few pictures. Here's a couple of pictures. The first one on the far left, this is taken actually not from the control room of the waste treatment plant, but from the control room of the effluent treatment facility. So again, that's the receiving end of the secondary waste from the waste treatment plant. And this was during our demonstration that we could transfer waste into the liquid effluent retention facility. Second picture off to the right, this is our, we had a ribbon cutting ceremony because it really, to get to the point of even bringing the anhydrous ammonia delivery trucks on site, it is a monumental task. It's a whole new chemical safety management program associated with that. It's getting all the people, the plant, the procedures in place to do that. And so that was a notable achievement, get us into the cold commissioning phase. And then, the lower one on the left, that just shows a couple, containers. Again, I think we're up to, 22.8 containers that are filled right now today. There's 3 that we actually did a mock-up and we brought them over to the IDF facility, demonstrated that we could do the transport over there. And then the last one on the bottom right, this is when the trucks actually showed up with anhydrous ammonia. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do the full delivery, but that's coming up in the very near term. So next page, I think we transition over to Tom's activities. So go ahead, Tom.
Okay, thank you. And again, my name is Tom Planner. Some of you may know me from previous jobs I've had here at Hanford PFP and then also the Sludge and K area. So I'm back at it again. The photos that you see here right now really are indicative of the fact of progress that's been made over the last year and a half to revitalize and restart the high-level waste project. In concert with the holistic negotiations that are now complete, and we have new milestones that we're driving to meet. Big picture, I'd like to start with that. The contract, we're moving forward in 2 specific phases. The first phase is going to be from actually 23 through 27. And what we're planning to do there is to complete the 90% design of 59 facilities and additional BOF or balance of facilities in support of the high-level waste project. We're also looking to do what we call weathering in, where we're going to enclose the high-level waste facility, protected from the environment. And the photos that you see here right now, the one with the long boom from the concrete pumper and then the upper right-hand corner, those are we're pouring concrete pads and walls in the facility. And then the lower right-hand is also we're installing equipment that needs to be placed inside the facility. Ahead of time, we call it over the top. And the purpose of that is to get it into the facility and then enclose it over that. So everything is sequenced between equipment placement and the concrete pad pouring going forward. The other thing too is because we're restarting the project, there's been a very extensive effort to look at past engineering issues, things like that. They've been placed in what's called non-conformance reports or condition reports. And we're going through those. The contractor in 24 goal was to resolve 50% of those. They actually did they completed those 100%. And those non-conformance reports were such as things where cranes needed to be refurbished, other things such as the vessels being relooked at for the quality assurance tax, things like that. Also, what we're looking at doing is to moving forward, Bechtel's the same contractor for both phases, by the way. We also had an extensive risk reduction program where we're looking at lessons learned from DFLAW, a Savannah Riverside from the solid waste processing facility. We looked at Idaho. Our chief technology person just came back from trips from Sellafield in England where they do waste vitrification, and then France Le Havre. So again, we're reaching out not just to stay local, but all other complex facilities, things of that nature going forward. And we've been successful in doing that. Does that mean we've reduced risk? No, it just means we're heading head on, and once we find it, we document and we resolve it. So there's an extensive design effort going on right now. A couple of the factoids of the 59 key systems, we've completed 90% reviews as of December of this past year. We've gone through 60% design reviews. We've got 5 of those done, and then we've done 30% reviews. So you can see, and the design reviews are sequenced such that as far as the design goes, so if we can place the equipment in, we'll do that. Before anything is placed, I forgot to mention, it goes through also what we call a low risk review or low risk of rework review, and we oversee the contractor doing that going forward. The other thing is that we, the falling protection, we had some initial incidents where when we were restarting the construction, we had some dropped objects. The contractor hit that head on. They performed mock-up testing, things of that nature. Right now, the construction crews are looking at probably about 50% attrition due to the other focus and other competition in the area. So you can see they have to have a constant safety interface with management on site going through that. Where we are right now going forward, also the waste acceptance criteria is, what we can process. We're working closely with integrated faction with what was then WRPS and soon to be the integrated tank disposition contractor. I think it's H2C is the acronym. So that what they plan to give us, we know we can process in the facility. So there's a very strong integration there, but also with our counterparts for utilities, HMIS, things of that nature. So the contractor is working with that as well as from the federal side. There were a number of quality assurance issues that were encountered in the past, and just this past December, those have all been closed successfully with DOE concurrence. So the QA war room is being closed out. And then we verified that the contractor has a very solid quality assurance program going forward, and DOE will be overseeing that. On the nuclear safety front, there are a number of nuclear safety issues in the past for high-level waste. Those are being resolved directly. We've had the chief of nuclear safety, Brenda Hawks, has been out a number of times. She's been looking at our paperwork as we go forward. So we're making sure that the contractor, the local federal team, plus headquarters insights are being addressed, and we're getting the proper documentation in place to assure ourselves that the safety envelope is being properly documented and then designed to as we go forward. As I said, there are challenges. One of the things that we learned or are learning from DFLAW is that the design may not work in certain instances. So what the contractor's done is they brought in a former plant manager from Sellafield, and they've implemented what's called the constructability, testability, operability, maintainability system, where we try to, with mock-up testing and also upfront design testing up front, so we influence the design on the front end, not the back end, to help minimize the potential for rework. And again, to make sure that systems work in an integrated fashion. Getting the newer staff, there's been a significant ramp up in engineering and scientists and construction workers, and that is going well. It's very competitive, as you can imagine, with the marketplace, but the people are engaged and they're being trained, a lot of junior engineers. But again, the contractor senior management has reached out to other entities, such as bringing in this very senior operations manager from Sellafield and other parts of the country to bring that influence to bear on the project. And then also, again, when issues are found, as we're working off the non-conformance reports and condition reports, obviously we're generating new NCRs or CRs, and those are being tracked and dispositioned as well. Opportunities with regards to, again, I mentioned lessons learned. That's an ongoing. We've documented 700, we've reviewed 500, and we've implemented 254 lessons learned into the design and construction process for Hanford for the high-level waste. We're also looking closely at the commissioning approach that DFLAW is doing, and we're looking at lessons learned from that to implement. We're looking to also right now, there's the electric steam plant, we're looking to bring that forward, as well as new switchgear that'll reduce the carbon footprint of the site, and that'll be able to supply both facilities. The glass former reagent facility, right now we're working on that. We're also working closely with the DFLAW program because they have some concerns they're working through there on that. And then also because the technology is that we are looking at vitrification, but we're also looking to improve the waste loading per canister. And we're looking at enhanced waste glass program to make sure that we're more efficient in that regard. So that's pretty much where we are in a snapshot. Restarting we're on good progress. A couple dates, 23 through 27 is the first phase I mentioned, which would have been design, weathering in, risk reduction. And then the second phase would start late 27, early 28, and that would be completion of construction and commissioning. So those are the two phases that we've done going forward. Any questions, please?
So before we move to board questions, I'd like to give Apology a chance to provide.
Sorry, been a while.
That's okay. So, I think, we're really working well together on the commissioning end of things. Whether it's the technical assistance that we do, I don't know. Haven't really talked maybe about this in front of the board. There's, within the direct feed law permit, there's a series of specific permit conditions that allows the Department of Energy to ask for us to do some, quick turnaround permit modifications because they're out there making field changes today, type thing. And they need to switch out this valve for this valve, and not that we permit down to the valve level, but that's just an example. And so we have a process that we've developed between us that we still do the review, but they get it to us very quickly. We still do the review. We do a pre-approval and then they work through the actual permit documentation so that we're not sitting here holding up commissioning, waiting for a permit process to happen. The review still happens and we get to weigh our concerns so that's been going really well. And what also is going really well is a very, joint approach to the EPDT, to the demonstration testing. And the Bechtel and the Department of Energy has spent a lot of time bringing ecology along, so that when the testing is happening and prior to it's happening, we understand all the ins and outs. And we'll actually be out there during the testing and be reviewing the field data as it's happening. So that's on the direct feed low activity, and on the high level, we're, working on the things that can be worked on right now, because there are some things that didn't require a design change in them. And we've processed several class 1 prime permit mods in that respect, and we're working together with Department of Energy to come up with a permitting plan for how we get the rest of it done.
So we have a queue, 2 and 3 for the moment. Start with Rebecca, go to Chris, and then me. Rebecca.
Thank you for your presentation today. I enjoyed it. I especially wanted to hear about, since RadCon is my world, I heard you say that you were actually posting the facility. And when we were out there on our tour, as we were walking around, I saw a bunch of PCMs there, and I thought it was interesting to see all the PCMs lined up in the hallways. And I like, trying to envision how the areas would be posted. And so I'm just wondering, did you guys actually post them as contamination areas, or?
We posted it, we called it proficiency posting, or it's radiological proficiency. And so, yes, we did use all the postings as if we were an operating plant. So even like you mentioned, the portable counters, yeah, those are all up and running. They're operational, and it just gives us an opportunity to have people, go through that whole process of making sure they can get in and out of areas. And even to the point of, this is just as important for the newer radiological control technicians as well as the personnel, because, for example, if we need to get into an area that, it does not make sense to use radiological controls, rather than just say, it's all good. We're treating it as if it were a contamination area, and they would survey it down and make sure it's clean, and they would go through that whole process. So it gives the control technicians an opportunity to train as well. So I think it's a win-win. And it's just the sooner we could get into this, the better. And we realize it's going to be, probably not going to be, it's going to be less than perfect at first, for sure. And but we just started yesterday.
So are you actually having them suit up at anti-seize and don and off?
Yeah, they're using, for the purpose of anti-seize, they're using it's simulated. It's white anti-seize like they would be, non-yellow.
Right, okay. All right, well, it's actually good to hear that you guys are innovative, in the forefront, that you can actually use your facility as a mock-up facility, previous to
Yeah, and even during like the maintenance activities, for example, it's one thing this, first of all, you gotta test, proof of principle, but then now once you get beyond that and you get an opportunity to test it with the radiological controls in place or what will be, because you'll learn a lot there. And this is the time to learn it before we have actual radioactivity.
One other quickly, you mentioned the anhydrous ammonia. I'm aware of the take cover and the emergency situation that happened with that. Is there going to be lessons learned or anything that will come out of that?
Absolutely. Yeah, the contractor's in the process of doing a root cause analysis. And so, in fact, I think Dan McDonald was asking for a copy of that too. So we're committed to get that to out once it's done. But
All right, thank you.
so go from
Chris, yeah, Chris?
I have two questions. The first is pretty simple. What are the feed streams that you so far introduced into the melters to make glass as part of your coal commissioning?
Okay, so far just what's in the slurry. So we have not introduced nitrates yet. So that'll be the next one. But really it's just the slurry and the simulated glass that forms and stuff.
Okay. And the second one is, what is the biggest concern that you have that might delay the start of hot commissioning, or that if you start hot commissioning, might delay the start of routine hot operations? The biggest concern that you have, or the biggest challenge that you might foresee?
Yeah, I would say right now it's the anhydrous ammonia, getting that on site and just making sure you have. First, we have to get the anhydrous ammonia in order to get our verify that our off-gas system will be operational in order to support the environmental performance demonstration testing. So that's really important. And but it's a challenging system to get up and running with all the right now all the gaskets. We're going to a flexitalic gasket, which is a better gasket than what the graphite ones that were initially installed. But anytime you disturb joints like that, you still have to go through the whole testing process. And that's, you want that to go fast, but in reality, a lot of times that takes a little longer too, especially with such a small particle size, like what's in ammonia. And that's, even the vendor was telling us that it is not uncommon when you first get a system up and running like that. They go through and they test every single joint, and it's at a very, very low levels, and it's a challenging test to pass, especially when you're in weather periods where you're in cold weather conditions. That doesn't make it any easier. So in my opinion, that's probably the hardest one. But the other piece is really just the plant is continuing to tell us stuff every time we operate it. You're learning what's gonna be reliable, what's not gonna be reliable, what needs to be dialed in to operate consistently. And we have to get to a point where we could operate the plant consistently in order to pass the environmental performance demonstration test. And so getting to a point where we're kind of at state of state. Yeah, right.
So, obviously, would you mind letting her jump in front of you?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you. So before I retired, I was the liaison between the Benton County Emergency Operations Center and the federal EOC, Energy Northwest. And it was an ammonia incident that happened in the past. Are you reaching out to local emergency responders that may be drawn to the site for any particular reason?
I believe the answer is yes, but I'd have to verify that. I know, like when we had this latest event, it was all at the local level. But we did, obviously Hanford Fire was a key piece of it, but outside of Hanford Fire, I don't know how far that went. We'd have to get back to you on that.
I encourage you to look into it, particularly if a plume could get on a public road. They need to understand what the risk is and what you would need them to do? Thank you. Thanks.
And then, so, Mia and then Matt. Yeah, go ahead.
I have one follow-on question to what Chris brought up, around the anhydrous ammonia. And then I have another question. For when do you think, so the root cause analysis has happened or it's in the process?
It's in the process right now.
So you'll get that first and then when will you start the test again? When will you attempt it again with the tanks?
Yeah, so and what the root cause analysis is, it's gonna cover, it's not so much the response, because the response was well done. It's really, we were in a situation where we thought the tanks were suitable to be filled. And so what the root cause analysis is on is how do we get to a point where we had tanks that were ready to be filled and clearly they were not, right? And we had the leaks. And so it's focusing more on that is, what did we do? How's our preventative maintenance process? How's that working? What led up to the situation where we had a gasket that failed? And so that's really what I believe the focus of the causal analysis is going to be.
Do you know when you'll be able to try that test again?
Yeah, so as soon as, we're in about, I would say, roughly a 10 to 12 day period of replacing the valves and the gaskets. And then, once we get, those gaskets and valves replaced and installed, then we will be able to start, pressurizing this first with nitrogen. And then once that passes, then we'll bring in the vendor and then it will be kind of where we started.
Okay, so maybe February timeframe?
Yeah.
Okay.
With anhydrous ammonia.
Right, yeah, thank you.
Do you have to wait for the end of the root cause analysis?
No.
My other questions are kind of related to the operational readiness review. How long does it take? When is it expected to happen? Will it be released to the public? Will there be public comment period? Questions around that.
Okay, so readiness review, first of all, what we would call the formal readiness review process, I would say that's the contractor's readiness review and then the department's readiness review. Currently, the contractor's readiness review is nominally in about the May timeframe. And then the departments in there, it's roughly a 2-week review period. With an additional week or two built in to clean any follow-up actions. The departments will then follow up with the independent operational review. Once the contractor says we completed our review, we've completed all the follow-up actions, and we think it's ready for the independent department team to come in. And so that currently is in around early June timeframe. And again, similar approach, couple weeks, with some follow-up, time for follow-up actions. And then, as far as public, there's no public comment period or anything like that. It's, what happens is, the contractor makes a recommendation to the department that the department is ready, the department can come in and do their independent review. We do our independent review based on the contractor's review, the department's review. A recommendation is made to the department and our startup, our safety basis approval authority. And then based on that, the department will make a decision whether or not we could start up the plant.
But it will all be publicly available?
I'm sure the declarations will. I'd have to get back to you on our reports. I guess is yes, but it won't be like a public comment period type thing.
Thank you.
On this key, we have Matt Hendrickson online, and then we'll have Rob. Matt, you're up.
All right, I've got a couple on the ammonia situation and one on the high level waste facility. So the lines were charged to test via the nitrogen, and were they still charged at that pressure when the ammonia was in the system?
Yeah, what they do is they remove the nitrogen from the tank and then they start they put a small amount of anhydrous ammonia into the tank, with the vendor. And then the vendor has a special team that comes out and tests all the joints. But it's and then they start, based on that, they start ramping up the pressure. And we had gotten to that point where we were at a higher pressure and actually they had even gone through the initial test satisfactorily, but then we subsequently to that, we identified that we had a small, very small leak.
Yeah. Putting a big tank of, oh, sorry.
Yeah, that was the leak was identified on December 20th.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I got called, I know. As for the rest of the site-wide hazards guide and risk management frameworks, putting a big tank of anhydrous ammonia at a facility, I would expect that this is either going to be included in those shortly or already has. Is that correct?
It already has. In fact, that's one of the areas that was really I mentioned the coal commissioning management assessment team coming in. That was one of the areas that they really took a hard look at. In fact, they had us incorporate a few enhancements that had to be done before we even brought the anhydrous ammonia in.
Okay. Yeah, I was surprised to see the two full tanks of the liquid anhydrous there on site just sitting there. That was interesting that those were brought in. That's just a comment, I guess, rather than a question. Now, as to the high-level waste facility, I am particularly interested in a glass forming reagents system. I know there have been changes with the direct feed low activity waste system. How have those changes been implemented in any design up to this point, or has that been addressed yet?
It's in process right now is the best way to answer that. Right now with the DF law, a number of the GFR glass forming reagent system engineers that HOW had are over now working with the DF law team to go forward. So they are directly learning the lessons learned to bring back over. We just recently completed a 60% design review for the GFR facility in December of this past year. And where we are right now, we're also looking with J&J, the vendor that's supporting DF law, as a possibility for delivery systems of the glass forming reagents. So it's the best way to say it, it's in process. The design is being influenced from DF law and changes are being made to accommodate it.
Thank you both, gentlemen.
Okay, Rob.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, but thank you for the presentation. There's a couple of points I want to make. One is, it's kind of interesting that we brought in Sellafield to help with the startup of the plant when they failed to begin with in 2002.
That was with the high level waste side, correct?
Yeah, high level waste. So again, to where the experience there is operations and how to get the operations experience up front so that we don't design and put a system in place and then we can't operate it because the valve may be 90 degrees out where you can't reach it, things of that nature.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times we sent people over to Sellafield to take a look at their facility and to do with them. Surprised. Anyway, my big question is, as we asked last time, there's kind of a little disconnect in that we're hand trucking all the waste to the ETF from the LAW. The question that was brought up is that when we take a look at the requirements for the feed of the LAW, we require a backflush of many gallons of water. And nobody could tell us where that water was going and what was going to be happening to it. Because it is, backflush water, you want to prevent from scaling on the inside of the pipe and that sort of thing. So has any progress been made on what you're going to do with 5,000 gallons of backflush every time you send a forward flush?
I'd have to get back to you on that particular one, but we could certainly take that as an action.
Yeah, okay.
And so there's a pipeline from WTP EMF to,
Yeah.
to Alert BTF.
Right, and that's the one where, that I said, at the beginning, that we had just, in the fall, we had demonstrated that we could actually use that line in lieu of, transporting, by truck.
Okay. Okay, so then you're gonna handle all the backflow water over to ETF through the piping.
That I need, that I want to verify, where it goes, if it goes back to State Farms, if it goes to,
Well, we made the connection up towards the evaporator.
Yeah.
And that's where that water's gonna come out of.
Right.
And, yeah.
Yeah, questions?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate the discussion. This is really good. I really like, having spent many years working on those facilities, to see the progress and to see it finally completed. And to hear the organizational changes that you're introducing are really good. They're very helpful, especially for an operating facility.
yeah, it's an exciting time to be involved with the project for sure, so, but, at the same time, it's challenging.
Yeah.
We got a question from Bob.
Tom, when it comes to direct feed of HLW, there were some issues with feeding the facilities back 2012, the secretary to basically sort everything down.
Right.
Will the HLW be able to address those issues, be it, fatality issues, be it, what do you call it? What is it? So it's, because I'm very viscous.
Erosion.
Well, no, it's the erosion, right?
Yes.
Are you talking about rheology?
All the stuff from the.
Are you talking about the rheology?
Reality, yes. So is it, going to be able to handle all of the HLW? Or is that gonna be something down the road where that be addressed later on?
That's a good question. We're looking at criticality safety right now. What we have done, I mentioned the integration between us and the tank waste operations AM, is that right now, the waste acceptance criteria, we have a range similar to what they have at Savannah Riverside, set up a point of compliance. We have a range as long as we're safely operating within that. Kind of like with some mariner terms, like mine is safe operating envelope, as long as you stay in that box, you're okay. The waste acceptance criteria will be mainly addressed by the tank waste operating contractor, now H2C, with input from us. We in the plant will have the process controls for as we go forward to make sure the proper waste loading, things of that nature. What we're looking at right now, working closely with the other contractors and the federal teams, is what's called point of compliance. At what point do you sample to make sure that your waste acceptance criteria, what we're going to process, meets the permitted conditions that we have to. But that's part of the nuclear safety aspect of things too, Bob, that you're referring to. As far as flow, things of that, we are looking at a number of things right now with regards to the pipeline. Right now, for the HLW facility, our responsibilities right now, so that we're to design is for the pipes coming into the high level waste facility. We're working closely with the tank waste operating contractor that will be designing what's called a waste transfer vault, and some other support facilities that are part of their contract. But again, the integration is occurring to make sure what we need and what they need, we're coming to agreement on that. So with regards to the pipelines, things like that, I do know that Delmar Noyes and his team have been looking at that. And we're also looking at the pipelines that have been installed within our footprint inside the facility as well too. I hope I answered your question.
Well, is your plan to be able to deal with all of the high level waste on the site? Or is that gonna be a project down the road for some residuals to get rid of?
Right now, because of the differences in the high level waste for tank farm, right now, looking at the facility that we have right now is the first 10 years. And then as we analyze the other waste streams, there may be modifications to the existing high level waste tank or high level waste facility processing or other technologies brought to bear, maybe possibly new facilities. But again, too, because of the very nature as we go forward, we'll be addressing those upfront.
So we have a question in the chat box that I'll read for you. How will you assure that the settling and segregation of PuO2 will not happen in the pipeline?
The settling of, what was it?
Twenty, sorry, 21.
Oh. That's is that intended to be for HLW? I would assume.
Yeah.
I'll have to get back to you on that. I do know in criticality concerns, we are looking at that. It's about as far as my knowledge goes right now, so I don't want to speculate.
Can that be part of your waste acceptance criteria though? Has to be so many microns in size before it can ever be sent to the HLW?
It's a good question. Again, I need to get back to you because right now, with regards to as we pull it out of the tanks, the tank waste operating contractor would have the initial analysis of that to see what's there before it be transported over.
Any other questions for our presenters? Room, online? I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your time. Okay. That concluded, thank you, ready to revisit committee business. I'll note we have about 15 minutes until Kelly's hard stop at 3 o'clock.
So, one thing I was gonna mention is that, a lot of the waste that we have in our tanks, they're not true particles. In that, they're not big chunks. They are, agglomerates. Okay, and agglomerates will break up and start to motion of the flow.
Right.
Okay, and so generally that's it. The characterization that we've done for a lot of those is on the order of 1 to 2 micron size particles.
Except for a few tanks that I know of for sure, because I was there when I did them.
Right, right, but again, you know, they're gonna have to sluice those out of there and mix them up.
Right,
And they will break up.
right. That was my point.
Okay,
That was my point. They have to be smaller than a certain micro in size to be sent.
right. It's ICP 19 is the big one, which is the one control document. It's set of specification of the actual chemistry coming in class.
Because I see 19 interest on Newtonian.
Oh, yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Oh, we argued that over and over for years on that. And now, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, most of it, I think.
It wasn't just the pipeline, it was also the pulse jet mixers that, preferentially settling at the bottom of the pulse jet mixers.
Well, the bullshit mixer itself is just an empty tank that blows air in and out. Okay, or water, essentially. I can meet them. Okay, and there was a lot of challenges at the corners of the tanks where it might settle out. But the studies that we've done over at Energy Solutions, if we go over there, we'll see that big tank, they do all the demonstration of the different size. Yeah. And they show that they can complete mixing with the jams.
Where we left off,
So, yeah. At this point, we worked through, our list on our program as far as the action items that we think we need to receive, as far as presentations. The one thing that I'd like people to start thinking about a little bit is, what you want for the next year's, work plan. Because we'll be starting to put that together in June. And so if there are hot things that come up in the next few months that we want to talk about, just put it in your head and say, let's talk about that. See, other than that, we do have, we don't really have a request for advice, with the exception of request for action in the case of grout. And so we still haven't got our grout presentation yet, and so we're still stalling that. If anybody's got any suggestions how we move on this one, we just really need that discussion. So we can make comments. Anyway, that's the big one. The other one that I'm involved with right now is putting together some notes on the system plan and that came out. And, I hope to talk to we're gonna do executive steering committee work to decide what we want to do with that. I did talk to Susan here a little bit and she understands my concerns. Right.
Rob, when the system plan 11 due, isn't that due pretty soon?
Well, no. If you take a look at the holistic negotiation, part of that is to relieve DOE of every 3-year system plan issue to once every 6 years. So I don't know when that's going to take effect. But again, I found the system plan being more like a analysis of alternatives as opposed to telling us a logical path on how it's going to be done and how we're going to see success. I also found other problems with it as well. So we'll talk about that at the next week's meeting and decide whether or not we want to just not write advice or whether or not we want to make some other comments.
It differs a little bit from the agreement I left that meeting with. So I'll note that every CAB member in this room is either a member of the team or at least sat in the first.
Right. I got comments from Hendrickson, I got comments from Chris, I did take a number of comments.
So we left that meeting with all members having an assignment of looking at the Plan 10 executive summary, the March 24 TWST meeting presentation on the system plan, Vice 295, and the holistic agreement handout / attachment note. The goal was going to be to hold another IM meeting in the February timeframe to determine what gaps in understanding there may be between members and potentially frame questions for a March presentation on the system plan.
Right.
Timely.
Right. So in our meeting coming up next week, I will be able to report back what I found out. So.
Something to keep in mind if we consider our March meeting.
Yeah, and then, like I said, is there something that people want to know, that having to do with tanks and that, just send me a note. We'll add it to our list and, see what we can do.
I think just giving some of the topics on the list would be great. Instead of adding more,
Well, we've got a number of these things are just updates on our list.
but like cross-site transfer, warm, grout. I mean, some of those things I've never heard a brief on.
Right, that's what we're asking for that. And
Yeah.
so hopefully, this season we will get that,
Yeah,
but we need to press, well, Kelly is not be there, so now it's gonna be,
Jen.
what was her name?
Jen Colburn.
Jen Colburn. It'll be her task to try to line these people up to give us presentations. Lindsay worked really hard to try to get it, and, but this lack of continuity and understanding who's at the site, who's not, who can give the presentation, not, is kind of missing.
Kelly may have some comments on this matter.
Yeah.
Question, do we have a master list of requested topics that are still open that need a presentation? I've heard a couple times that information's been requested, but you haven't received something or you haven't received the briefing yet. And I'm just trying to find out if Marianne and Laura, or maybe Josh, somebody has a master list of everything that is outstanding, or can one be put together? Because I think that's important for me to have.
If you take a look at our work plan, it's all written down. Okay, and then you look at the presentations we've had, you'll see there's much missing. But,
Well, I'm gonna say that Lindsay et al. And team did take a lot of notes of requested topics and say, we'll get back to you on that.
Yeah.
We'll check into it and we'll get back to you on it. So there was a lot of the recommendations
Right,
were
right.
after.
Right.
Whether that, you know, how that got consolidated among the three ladies, I'm not sure.
Pretty sure we
I'll
have
talk to,
that. Yeah,
we can talk
we'll
offline about it.
But that's a great concept, Kelly, that we've talked about in the past.
Yes.
So, go ahead, Ryan.
Sorry, I just wanted to flag, I think I raised this at a recent IM team call or something in the last couple of weeks, but there's been a lot of discussion around warm and I know Dana talked about it at the COE meeting yesterday, but for awareness, DOE is holding a comment period on that starting early to mid-February, and I know there's going to be a public meeting associated with that, which I think if the schedule that Dana talked about holds up, I know the dates are tentative and stuff, that I think that public meeting too would be before the March committee meetings, just for awareness. And so I would envision, like with any comment period, or most comment periods DOE holds, that there will probably be a fact sheet and associated kind of stuff that'll come out for comment period. So assuming all that holds up, I'd expect you guys to probably get some information and stuff on that in February for the comment period public meeting ahead of the March committee meeting, just for awareness.
And this is for the warm project.
Yeah, for the warm weir, the waste and still processing.
There's gonna be a 90-day public comment on the weir for the 22 tanks. And there's also gonna be a public comment period, 30 days, I think, for the supplemental analysis associated with, that as well, so two separate. Both kind of late winter, spring.
Yeah, we're ready to listen to a presentation. Listen to a plan.
Ready to learn.
So, is there, did the agencies have any idea of what might be timely for the twist? That's all.
I know we have an ESC meeting next week. I know DOE's gonna follow up on their stuff. Yeah, I just raised the most timely one I could think of. That's gonna be literally a couple weeks before the March meeting. So.
And the twist have any requests they want to put forward while the agencies run their homework?
Yeah, more than what I've asked.
Ones you wanted to raise is the highest most desired one.
Well, the highest, most important one. I'd say cross-site transfer would be an important one. I think that we want, it says here, joint topic with Liz. So we might combine that. We sooner or later, we gotta get a vision of closure. I don't know if it's way in the future, but, you know, that sort of thing. And again, warm, as we said. And so another thing I've been asked, I've asked from DOE, is that, I went down and visited, Rob Hastings, or was invited to come down. I talked to him. And he would be, amenable to a field trip from this committee. They go down to the facility and watch them build, or watch the shop where they're doing, building the AMP system and Tisker and things of that sort. And so, I think they even do the, lead filled canisters too, but, I know that everybody I asked here, yeah, let's do it. And yet we were said that because they're a DOE contractor, we need to have Kelly and her people take a look at that to see if it's possible that we wouldn't be interfering with any kind of contractual relationships or anything like that. Ron Hastings has known the board for a long time, very reputable guy, and he wants us to learn what they're doing. So that's on my calendar, and I think they'll ask our new DDFO if she can arrange that.
I think it's online.
Kelly
is in the interim.
Yeah, Kelly's the interim. Okay, I'll get the names all right later. But thanks, Kelly.
We'll revisit the INT path forward next week at the ESC call. We'll revisit March meeting request at the ESC call. And is there anything else that needs to be covered in our remaining 3 minutes?
No. Chris, you got anything to say?
I think critical thing to know, which keeps coming up, is what is DOE gonna do with information coming out of the test bed initiative? And what is the decision-making process, or what are the decisions that are gonna come out of that? Come up in the discussion on priorities yesterday and today, it comes up all the time. So I think that's a fairly critical thing to know, because that's not so far in the future when some type of decision is gonna be made. And we like to know what the basis of that decision will be, or how DOE is gonna take into account all the results coming out of the TBI.
Closing thoughts?
No, thanks, everybody.
We have the final word, Kelly.
I want to thank everybody for their time. I know you got a lot accomplished today and a lot of information was shared. I hope you feel like your time was worthwhile here. And I look to seeing everybody in person in February at your full board meeting.
See you there. Thank you, everyone.